scales and body parts, they are highly demanded during this period. So there is an urgent need for conservation. We have seen some large extinction of tiger, large from the different areas. Another major drawback was that population estimation technique. It was, though the Pagmark technique was very, the only enumerating technique for tiger number by some champion scientist, but it had some limitations. So though it was the only process, even in India, Professor Saroj Rai Chaudhuri, former director of Simlipal Tiger Reserve, who started in India also, but it might have some pros over there that time, but it has some lot of cons. What was those cons? Means what was the negative impact? The critics said that attempt to total count of tiger is impossible, especially for the large landscape, because tiger is a landscape dependent species. It requires large landscape to thrive, disperse. So how you can count? You can count the population in zoo. You can count a total count of population in a small areas. But when a question of tiger reserve is a big areas, tiger landscape. So this process was, and this process was also criticized because of, if it is in a different substratum, the sign might be in a different shape. So these are the cons. These are the negative factors of tiger pugmark based sensors. So we have seen the large extinctions on Sariska and Panna. So government then then Prime Minister made a joint task force, Tiger Task Force. It is a lot of eminent biologists, managers. They all were in this task force, and they mandated that there would be a national level estimation for every 4 years. Then National Tiger Conservation Authority, which is included into our Wildlife Protection Act, they have given certain power also. So annual monitoring.
अनुरोध करो, स्लाइड बड़ी करें, आप enlarge करें.
Somebody disturbed Majumdar. Please again open your slide. Yeah, you make it large.
Yes, is it visible? Hello.
Yeah, it's somebody interfered and it has reduced actually.
Now is it okay?
Now also it is not
visible.
No, sir, it is still not visible.
No.
Is it put double click?
Yeah, double click.
Yes.
Is it visible?
It's visible,
yes,
but its size will be smaller.
साइज बड़ी है, आ गया.
Okay, you go ahead then.
आ गया क्या? पहले आया? Is it
हाँ आया सर, लेकिन फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है. हाँ अब आ गया सर.
ठीक है?
आ गया. हाँ फुल स्क्रीन में है.
ठीक है अभी. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience caused by. Anyway, so the government of India has prepared. Government of India has constituted the Tiger Task Force, and Tiger Task Force emphasizes the national estimation for every 4 years, and annual monitoring for source population site. Source population site is all tiger reserves. So what are the main emphasis they have given for a credible monitoring system? That is, what would be the state of tiger habitat, and in each tiger habitat, how many tigers should be surviving? What is the number of tigers? What is the population trend over the period? And for checking of whether their population is increasing and decreasing, we have to monitor it annually or in a periodic manner. As well as what is the status of the wild prey, and mostly what is the breeding population site. The last and very important thing, if tiger is dispersing to where, the spacing and connectivity of the population. So this is the main reason behind initiation of All India Tiger Estimation Program. In MP also, we are part of All India Tigerization program, and we are estimating tigers in global manner. So we had already 2006, 2010, 2014, and 2018 cycles. The protocol has been already prepared by NTC and WIA. In this exercise, State Forest Department is also part. And from last year, 2018, our institute, is State Forest Research Institute, became the this technical, technical support of technical partner of Madhya Pradesh Forest Department. So how we are sampling tigers over there? We are following a double sampling approach. Earlier, we used to follow only one type of sampling effort, that is pugmark sensors, subestimating their number by pugmark. And I have already described you. This is largely criticized by the people because of its limitations, because of observation difficulties. But in this double sampling process, pugmark is, we are considering as an indices of data collections under the data collection protocol. So how we are estimating in a large landscape, we are estimating in different phases: the first phase, second phase, and third phase. What are the phases? These are the few publications on this. These are the phases. The phases, first, we are estimating tiger through the carnivore science survey, prey base, vegetation sample, human disturbance, drug count, dung and pellet count for large herbivores. And entire data has been submitted to an ecological module. It's completely digital based. We are enumerating, we are entering the data. The phase one is mostly by the forest guard and ground level staff. And what is the role of our institute? We are training. Later I will convey you how we are executing those process. So mostly the carnivore sign enumeration, density through line transit, their vegetation and okay. Because if tiger thriving on their prey and surviving on prey, so what would be their habitat? For habitat parameters, we are using the vegetations and all, human disturbance parameters, dung counts and all. And this data is analyzed in geospatial domain. We are analyzing through different covariates, and we are analyzing the modeling for the tiger occupancy. This is in phase 2. And we do have a lot of covariates like tiger prey density always would be positive impact on tiger population. So high prey density supports high tiger density. So these are the positive covariate. Whereas the negative covariates, because we are modeling with tiger occupancy, and negative covariates, the human interference. We know that if there are any human disturbance, just like littering, cropping, and human presence, if there are any it is actually we are using a camera trap method. Camera trap, you know that all tiger is having their unique marking on their body stripe pattern. So this body stripe pattern is compared. If it is same for different photographs, then we consider it is one tiger. If it is different, that same particular portion is different from one tiger to another, then we are considering it's a different tiger. So in that way, we are estimating the population of tiger, and we are explicit capture recapture framework. If some areas like northeast, even in Chhattisgarh, in some areas, if we are not deploying camera traps over there, we can go the same framework, that mark recapture framework, for scat collection also. In every scat, we do have the DNA, and every tiger has different DNA based, so their DNA signature, you can say. And just like tiger stripe pattern, every tiger has their own DNA signature. Based on that, we are same capture recapture framework, we can analyze the tiger population over there. That is, we are doing in phase 3 manner. So this tiger sign, prey density, human disturbance, all we are modeling in a joint distribution, specially explicit capture recapture model, and ultimately we can come out with the tiger population number. You have seen this slide. Have you seen this slide? You see that from this initiation of this tiger This type of scientific experiment was started in 2006. Then every 4 year span, we have estimated the population. In 2006, it was 1411. You must be knowing that it was a global campaign happened over there. Then government of India took some serious conservation effort, and because of those conservation efforts, initiatives that's like reintroduction, rehabilitations, also the upgradation of different habitats, so protection, strong laws. So we execution of strong laws. We are now almost the double of the tiger population, which is actually at par with the global declaration during 2010 in St. Petersburg. There is a global declaration that every countries, now we do have only 13 tiger countries, all tiger countries jointly declared, all their country heads jointly declared that in 2022 will be again meeting, will be again joined for a consortium, and that by that time our tiger population will be the double. So this T2 campaign was started by some international bodies like WWF, IFAW, all tiger states. They all signatories of that campaign. Now from 2006 to 2008, you have seen that in that graph also it is showing the tiger number almost double in India. So we are performing well in MP also. We do have the maximum number of tigers in India. If you see that that diagram, in 2006 we had 300 odd tiger, whereas in 2010 our population was showing some declining trend. 2014 it is showing some of increasing trend. From 2014 to 2018, we have seen some very massive increase in population number. So what are the major achievement by how we are actually conserving our tiger and prey? What is the management strategies in Madhya Pradesh? Our state is having the highest forest cover in India. We do have 21 forest types under 4 forest groups. So we also have 11 agroclimatic. We have some good example of tiger conservation initiative, like introduction of tiger in Karnataka. From zero to tiger number is now almost 60 odds. It is the published report on 2019. So 2009 to 2019, almost we have seen some rapid increase in population over there in Panna. Thing happened in, it is not a tiger reserve, but it's a protected area where tigers were introduced from Kanha, from Pench offering to Kanha to then Noradi, and another one from Bandhavgarh. So they recruited cubs. So it is showing that the positive impact of tiger conservation over there in this protected area. And we have successfully reintroduced gaur. It is massive success. Not only tiger, we are introducing large-bodied prey species. We have some good effort conservation initiatives like our state animals, Barasinga. We had some glorious history of conservation. Once it was almost declining, like cheetah, it was almost showing a declining trend. But due to some positive conservation initiatives, now the population is increased over there. More than 600. Barasinga is now thriving over there. Kanha, not only in Kanha, this Barasinga has been translocated from Kanha to Satpura Tiger Reserve. Satpura, then as well as Kanha to Barasinga is Banbihar. Now the Banbihar population is almost the original population to the population is grows up to almost double in 3 year span. Not only those large-bodied species, MP Forest Department has introduced black bucks from because you must be knowing that black bucks are problematic for different agricultural field. From the agricultural field, these blackbacks were translocated to Kanha Tiger Reserve, where it was originally once it was originally moved, but due to some problems, it extirpated from that Kanha Tiger Reserve. Again, it was reintroduced. Now they are successfully thriving over there in Kanha National Park. Apart from that, some good initiatives like prey population initiatives like blue translocation program from Mandsaur to Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuaries. You must be knowing that blue bulls are creating havoc, menace to the local crop crop field. This type of initiatives is actually giving some moral boost up to the local communities, and that these problematic animals are they are introduced to in sanctuaries. So sanctuary is the different carnivore species, they might get some prey species over there. And apart from that, we are doing some because our project is on tiger, prey, and their habitat. So, lot of habitat improvement activities are also conducted. That eradication of wheat to regenerate this natural, natural to first natural regeneration purpose. Creation of water holes alongside of lot of different forest ecosystem. Also, construction of game-proof wall, different protected area and the village areas. We are constructing a lot of game-proof wall. That is actually improving the qualities of just like the figure. This picture is showing some good grassland from the village side. Is done in Madhya Pradesh. These are the habitat, management strategies government is doing over. Apart from that, we are enhancing the capacities of frontline forester. In 14, we had seen that some abnormalities happen. Not only the tiger, exactly tiger population is not is the cause. There was some gap in identification of tiger signs. So, due to solve this problem, of population estimation, monitoring type of workshops, how to identify signs, how to identify the population in collect the data properly, scientific data. You know that all estimation process we require the scientific data, accurate scientific data. So our forest guards are our handholds, our backbone, you can say. So we trained almost 300 master trainers during All India Tiger Estimation 2018 program. We divided entire MP into 7 clusters. 84 forest units are divided into 7 clusters. We train frontline forest staff in 7 different clusters. And in 2000, though it is AIT 2022, but already we have finished our training program in these 11 forest clusters, and we train more than 350 masters. Those master trainers are actually training their all respective 9,000 forest staff. Okay, so we are creating a large forest guard as our data collector. So what we are teaching them, we are teaching how to take the sign properly, how to identify the different sign of tiger, different sign of leopard, how to distinguish those signs, how to collect data from line transit walk. So these are the activities we are training them forest guard. We are creating a knowledge based the resources. So we have seen when before training you have the knowledge base, and we have almost 10% of knowledge gain of knowledge of frontline forester before giving the training and after giving the training. So pre-evaluation and post-evaluation test we have conducted. We have trained almost 350 odd forest master trainers, and they are from all 84 forest units. It includes territorial units, it includes protected areas, it includes also corporation divisions. You must be knowing that, surprised to note that that all corporation division, few of the corporation division, they are having good population of tiger. They are having the tiger number more than two all protected areas, few protected areas also. So this is our result we have observed in 2014. You have seen the tiger sign, this map. We have only 714 tiger bearing breeds, whereas after getting the proper training, their enthusiasm also increased. Lot of motivational meetings also conducted by our PCCA wildlife, also as well as our SFRA team, and also our partners are also different partners. So we have seen some good result in tiger as well as leopard population also. 2018 almost double, we have seen the double number of tiger bearing breed. It is due to their emphasis on searching of tiger signs and other signs, tiger, other carnivore signs also. हम लोग एक नारा बांधे थे, we have to घूमना नहीं, हमको ढूंढना है. That means we have to search signs for a particular purpose. So these are the NARA we have given. So those type of campaign we have started. Forest Guard were deeply motivated. This year also we have conducted all handholding exercise. Last Friday we finished almost 11. I have been to all 11, almost all 11 sites, and our team, me and my teams were there to train the frontline forester for those training exercises. So in 2020, 29 July, we will be getting our All India Tiger Estimations result. These are the activities we are MP Forest Department doing. We are preparing manuals. This is for camera tap manuals for how to install camera in the field condition, how to take the space. These are the different equipments also that monitoring equipments, like how to collect data through GPS, how to collect data through a rangefinder, how to collect data through compass. This is the booklet we have prepared for all forest guards, almost all 99,000 forest guards. How to identify the hello, how to identify signs and all. So these are the manuals we have prepared for them. These are the practices we are constantly doing for the forest guard. So major our aspect and focus is only on camera trap for absolute abundance. That is camera trap. We can identify tiger as well as the leopard, because tiger, they have some unique body marking pattern. Same as leopard, they have the rosette pattern. In particular area, if you focus, then we can get their you can distinguish whether it is same or not. This is mostly started by different pioneer scientists over there. This is mostly based on, sorry, this is developed by G. Frisch, German explorer, and some scientists used those techniques for enumerating tiger population. In India, it is initiated by Ullas Karanth for tiger population enumeration, and it is lastly followed by different activities in All India Tiger Estimation Program. Also in phase 3, we are collecting data through camera tap exercise. So we are using different sensor techniques for these camera tap exercises. Initially, we used the infrared sensor, but largely we are not using that this infrared sensor these days, because of it was analog system. Then another system sensor technique came, that is heat or thermal sensor. If your fluctuation of body heat of any object is sensed by that heat sensor camera, and they used to take photographs of that individual. It may be tiger, it may be any species. Then after gradual development of different modern tools and technologies, we now you are using the motion detector camera. Any detection, any motion movement of any species in front of that sensor beam, that
Is it, excuse me, sir, is it that only I am not able to see the presentation, or everyone is not able to see the presentation?
hello?
Yeah, there's some,
No, the presentation can be seen, Dr. Utkarsha.
See,
Okay, fine. Thanks a lot.
presentation can be seen. Actually, it's only a smaller version. That's all.
okay.
Is it seen?
Yeah, madam, you can check your connection, right? Please go
Very
ahead,
clear, sir.
Majida.
Very clear, very clear.
Yeah, still
I'll
cam
do that.
camera.
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
These are the models. Motion detector camera. It is actually sensing the motion of any movement of any species, any individuals, that is sensed by that system, and it camera is to trigger if any movement is happen over there. Okay, so these are the basic functionality, and all data is recorded into microchips. And any now we are using mostly the digital devices. Earlier we used to have the analog camera. We had some repetition over there. Now on the inception of initiation through all these digital devices, we do have ample storage capacities, as well as we do have some good quality photographs. We can have some lot of night visions photographs. Mostly animals are moving towards the night, so we can get infrared cameras as well. But mostly we are using the white flash cameras, and it is functioning through these techniques. This is the sensor techniques, whatever we are seeing. And we are deploying cameras in a systematic grid. Why we are deploying camera in systematic grid? Because we don't want to left any vacant place, because whatever the tiger movement is in that area, it may be one tiger, it may be two tigers, it may be three tigers. So there won't be any special gap over there for tiger population estimations. So that's why we are dividing deploying camera traps into, earlier we used to deploy in 2 by 2 square kilometer grid. Now from 2018 onwards, we used to deploy in 2 square kilometer grid to increase the precision. Because if we reduce the grid size, then we can have more number of capture of tiger as well as leopard, because our prime focus not only on tiger. Now we are focusing on the leopards also. So the last 2018 onwards, we are enumerating populations of leopard in different protected areas. So how basically it functions? If I have already informed you, I have already mentioned you that this is based on the stripe pattern. Every tiger has its unique body pattern. If you look at that photographs, that if one tiger, it has, if we the same portion, if we focus and compare with another photograph, then you can see if it is the same marking pattern, then it would be same, it would be counted as the same tiger. If it is different, then it would be counted as different tiger. And if each tiger we are giving unique ID, just like if it is MP Kanha's tigers, then if it and it is number 1 tiger, then MP KTR T1, then another tiger MP KTR T2. Like that way, we are uniquely identify each tiger and giving the name. And if any tiger is dispersing from its own habitat to another habitat, then also we can track this type of activities. Not only population estimations, we are also using for dispersal pattern. We are using for different wildlife crime detection pattern. So these are activities we are doing through camera trap these days. And we are using our software and generating in a database. It is by Lex UV extract compare. It is software based on what irrigation techniques. Each tiger sign, we are giving some dots and giving some stones also. And if we compare and tiger database completely body postures all same, if we compare with another one, then we that what is one or not. Now whatever the manual technique is labor, because we do have large level database, so we are using this photographic database for tiger as well as leopard. For leopard also we are using another software called hotspotter. But mostly this compare software can be very widely used, and it can use identify the tiger accurately. So these are the techniques how we are enumerating the densities of tiger. Density is mostly the densities what is the number of individual in the particular given area. So how we are estimating the given area? It can be through the earlier we used to do by different telemetry or half MMDM techniques, means certain movement pattern. Looking at the movement pattern of tiger, we are giving some areas, outer boundaries of some areas. But lot of criticism happened because you cannot give some hard boundaries. But later with the time frame, we have started with specially explicit capture recapture model based on the tiger home range center, and this model it gives us more robust estimation of tiger population. And we are using it in a capture recapture framework. What is the pros and what is the assumption of capture? Capture recapture models have been widely used to estimate biological population. In typical model, the target population sampled several times. Marking or tagging is necessary because it would be almost impossible to count every animal. So all animals will be marked and released. In natural condition, they will be automatically released, and most often used to determine the population of wildlife that cannot be reasonably counted. Very small, because most of the carnivore species, they are very small in number, and any species, they have their own body mark, like tiger, leopard, they have unique marking pattern based on ocelot, then your hyena, they have unique pattern. So those type of species can be counted through this mark recapture framework. We are using density software to estimate the population of tiger over there. In Painch also, not only if we are studying into over and year after year, we can see their demographic pattern also as well as their survival pattern. Just I will say about my study over there in Painch from 2006 to 2013, almost 7 years span. We sampled over there. Each year's data we have compared and compiled and then analyzed in a statistical model. We have seen that overall 65% tiger survival over there in Painch. But it is important to note that resident male and female, their population is their survival rate is very high. More than 80% resident male and female are surviving over there. It is actually causing the positive impact on Pain's tiger population. It's building the tiger population from 2006 to 2000, even 2013 to, if you compare 2020 data or 19 data, we have seen the almost double of tiger population between this 7 to 8 year span. This is because of the survival of resident individuals, the breeding individual. This is because of the protection. This is because of the ample prey species. Lot of factors is positively correlating those high survival rate. And Painch also, we have seen the high survival rate of cubs. 73% of cubs are surviving over there from cubs to this 12 months early growing stage to 12 months to then juvenile stage. So these are the survival pattern of tiger which we can get from year after year camera trap exercise. We also enumerating prey population over there. Prey population, and for prey population we are estimating cheetal and sambar population, wild pig population, nilgai population, gaur population, chausinga population, barking deer population, common langur population, and we are using why using prey population estimation? Because in the Lotka Volterra model, you see that predator population is positively correlated with the prey population. So if there is ample prey base, then there would be cause of predator. So survival of predator. So we need to, if you need to focus on prey population as a predator population, you have to as well as focus on the prey population. You see that model between prey of tiger and that comparison is done by Wildlife Institute of India. We have seen that where the tigers are thriving, where is there is ample prey base. So need to estimate proper prey base. Earlier we used to do by the absolute count. That is impossible over there for any large biological sample. We cannot count the entire tiger population or entire as well as prey population over there. Nowadays we are using it through line transit. Line transit is mostly started by R.T. King. It is on 1933 where different scientists. Then after also it is modified. It is technologically also advanced. Different software we are using. The basic assumption are animals are randomly distributed, and animals will be directly counted over there. Their numbers would be first. They would be counted from the first initial sightings area. Their distance angle and would be properly measured. There would be compass and that rangefinder, and every sightings will be an individual independent event. So these are the basic assumption on line transit. We are executing those things, and this line transit would be randomly or systematically placed over there, and each transit will be having the point. Each transit lay on we are considering in for our sampling in MP. Beat is considered as the lowest sampling units, and mostly 2 to 3 people were engaging for transit walk, and the maximum range would be 2 for 5 times. And we would each transit it would be having distance between 5 to 0.5 kilometer to 1 kilometer. 0.5 kilometer, whereas in the open areas it will be 1 kilometer also. So this is the map of, you see the map of line transit over there, and also this is how we are moving to the forest, and we are enumerating our populations over there. So these are the maps, transit map over there, and these are the different equipments we are using for line transit population estimations. These are the compass. Compass is equally crucial. And also that rangefinder, this is the rangefinder, and also this is binocular for spotting the species, counting the species. Nowadays, we are using ecological app, and for entering the data, we do have some, database, and we are entering into database. And these are the process we are following. The line transit, we have to calculate the perpendicular distance. This is the methodology. This is the basic assumption of, and also the density calculation equation. We are using the software, distance software, to enumerate the prey population as well. And apart from the prey and predator, we are also focusing on the corridors. These are the corridors in Madhya Pradesh, and you have seen that central India, a lot of corridors are there. So we are focusing tiger reserve as well as the reserve, protected areas, outside the protected areas, also the corridor areas. The same exercise we have been following over years. So these are the major stages, major achievements we are doing for over here. And apart from that, we are relocating villages wherever the corridor, not only the protected areas or tiger reserves. If you think some areas which is can be a tiger reserve in future, we are declaring in the tiger reserve, and also relocating villages from the core areas. That's why the prey as well as the predator population can be increased over there. So the human settlement we are doing over there in MP. So in that way, we are improving the habitats of the protected area. This is, you must see that this is the protected area.
Dr. Anirudh, please conclude.
This is my last
Please
slide.
conclude.
This is my last slide, sir. So in conclusion, I can say we had maximum number of tiger in all over India, as well as we have maximum number of leopard as well as all over the India. So
Mr. Majumdar, Mr.
we are
Majumdar,
finding.
can you tell tiger can eat tiger? क्या बाघ है दूसरे बाघ को खा जाता है?
Cannibalism is observed in different species. It is recently observed in Kanha also. So cannibalism, this activity is called cannibalism. Cannibalism is observed and recorded and reported in different areas, as well as Kanha. It is not very common thing. It is unusual, but cannibalism. It's called cannibalism. Normally human cannot eat one human, but in some certain cases, human also eat human flesh. So in that way, in every species, cannibalism is happening. So
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank, and I'd like to thank co-chair. I almost concluded, and with these thanks slides, this is a picture of Plains Tiger Reserve, now collared Bali, which has been collared by me. And you must have noticed, you must have seen that she produced maximum numbers, and one of the source populations of MP Finch. So
Thank you. Thank you. Majumdar. Now I request
Chairman, sir, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah. You are over.
Majumdarji, I have a question pertaining to one of the recent studies by Center for Cell and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. Umapi and his colleague have shown on Kana and Bandhavgarh. A study of scat analysis shows chronically elevated glucocorticosteroids in the tiger scats of Kana and Bandhavgarh, which they argue is responsible for compromised vigor and reproductive failure. And they have attributed this to over-tourism in the tiger state of Madhya Pradesh. Your comments, please.
This is
Sir, this is a paper published in 2019 by Center for Cell and Molecular Biology.
I have seen that thing.
Ji, sir.
Despite that, Kanha or Bandhavgarh, despite the tourism, Kanha and Bandhavgarh, they have the maximum number of litter recruitments. Okay. So the sampling period, sampling size, and also the identification all required because if you study for a small span time, and if you conclude something, it won't be acceptable. So despite of tourism, despite of tourism,
लेकिन sir एक बात बताइए, you will agree के the number of jeeps which are allowed, sometimes at least like for somebody who's sitting as far as in Goa, the
Yeah.
images that appear in the papers and press, it clearly indicates too many gyms in violation of visitors carrying capacity. So what kind of safeguards do you put in place?
Government, this is our institution role is to provide the technical support to all protected areas.
Ji,
So
sir.
this based on that NTCA guidelines is given by National Tiger Conservation Authority. So
Thank
they
you, sir.
have given
Thank
they have given proper guideline for touring capacity. What would be the carrying capacity of tourists over there? Based on that all tiger reserve, not only in MP, all over the India, they have to abide by that advisories by NTCA. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank
so local communities, local government, local department, they should definitely deploy their team members. Their guide is as their team members. They can control over there. It is not our jurisdiction to control over there. We can suggest them. We can assist them for estimation of population. This question would be a better can be answered by the local department. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Sir, Dr. S.N.P. Singh, sir, please conclude the talk. Hello.
बंद है बंद है
I think
I congratulate Anuj Majumdar Sahab for his very good and elaborate talk. He has presented a very good draft adopted by Government of India, Government of Madhya Pradesh, and in the Tiger Sanctuary where he is working. He has also answered well a question by me about the cannibalism of tiger, and he has also answered a very good question from our another participant regarding who has correlated it with the publication of molecular and research laboratory of Hyderabad. So I thank Dr. Majumdar for his presentation, and I have some observation that village tiger in Siberian tigers, the caracas or cannibalism is found not for appetite, but to attract the pups. Through pups, the female tigers to hit them for mating. In Siberian tigers, the cannibalism is there, as Dr. Majumdar has said that in local tiger reserves also they are seldom found, but in Siberian tiger also this is
Yes, sir.
observed. And I thank you again, and I request Dr. Sun Kumar Misra to move to further another stage of the program to conclude it on time. Thank you. Thank you all for participation.
Dr. Ravi Upadhyay,
जी सर
co-chair.
जी सर
हाँ सर.
बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन आज डॉक्टर अनिल मजुमदार द्वारा दिया गया और ही इज वेरी गुड साइंटिस्ट एज वेल एज इकोलॉजिस्ट और ही हैज वर्कड ऑन इकोलॉजी ऑफ टाइगर्स इन पेंच, तो उनका तो बहुत अच्छा काम है और वही काम उन्होंने यहाँ प्रस्तुत किया और इससे सबको अच्छी जानकारी प्राप्त हुई। हम लोगों को भी एक नई जानकारी प्राप्त हुई कैसे बाद की स्थिति में इसका बदलाव हुआ, कैसे 2014 के बाद में टाइगर की संख्या क्यों बढ़ी और हम लोग क्यों उसको, उन्होंने एक अच्छी बात बताई कि साइंस के द्वारा और टाइगर की मार्किंग्स के द्वारा हम कैसे पहचान सकते हैं कि पहले हम केवल डिपेंडेंट थे। तो एक बहुत अच्छा उपयोगी लेक्चर आज का रहा। मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ और चेयरपर्सन और सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद. Thank you, Dr. S.N.P. Singh sir, Dr. Anuj Majumdar, Dr. Ravi Upadhyay for giving a lecture and views. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session, eminent speaker, Mr. K.L. Purohit, ex-deputy director of Forest, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, Chairperson of the session, Dr. Roshni Nair, formerly Principal Scientist, NBPGR, Pusa, Nai Delhi, and co-chairperson, Dr. Veena Pani Dubey, Professor of Botany, CMD College, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Topic of the eminent speaker is the mangrove of Bhitarkanika National Park of Odisha. So I am request to Chairperson Dr. Roshni Nair, please present the biodata of eminent speaker and chair the session.
Thank you. The speaker coming on now, as was said just now, is Mr. K.L. Purohit, who has been part of the Orissa Forestry Service. After Sambalpur, Mr. Purohit joined the Forest Department in 1981. Rangers College, Song. He built the territorial wing of the department at Kalahandi and Kharyar divisions. In 1986, after completing a certificate course in wildlife management at the Wildlife Institute of India at Dehradun, he joined the wildlife wing of the department. And during this period, he has worked on the wildlife sanctuaries at Bhitarkanika, Chilika, Dibrigad, and Badrama, as well as at the Nandankanan Biological Park and Wildlife Headquarters at Bhubaneswar. In 2010, after his promotion as Assistant Conservator of Forests, he joined Nandankanan Park as Assistant Director and superannuated from there in 2018 as Deputy Conservator of Forests. His specialization has been tranquilization, capture and relocation of stray wild animals, and mitigating human-wildlife conflict. He has been regularly imparting training on these aspects to the staff of the Forest Department. He continues to work on conservation activities with several NGOs, Nature and Wildlife Conservation Society, Odisha Environment Society, and as advisor to the Snake Helpline Odisha. Furthermore, he has a passion for wildlife photography and has won recognition, and quite a lot of his rare wild animal photographs have been used for publications of the Forest Department. This forenoon, Mr. Purohit is speaking on the mangroves of Bhitarkanika National Park of Orissa. Over to you, Mr. Purohit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all the participants who are joining. Now I'm presenting the inside of Bhitarkanika mangrove. Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Now I am taking you to Bhitarkanika, just a pictorial depiction of Bhitarkanika. I have worked there for 3 years and I am in constant touch with Bhitarkanika mangrove. So the name Bhitarkanika is new to non-Orias. It is the meaning of Bhitarkanika. I want to explain. Bhitar means inside. अंदर जिसको बोलते हैं, that is interior part of Odisha. So it was not approachable by normal persons. So it was Bhitar. And Kanika is the extraordinary beautiful और सुंदर दिखने का चीज है जो कनिका बोलते हैं उसको. उड़िया में भीतर कनिका means extraordinary beautiful, but it is staying interior. It is in the eastern coast of India, in Kendrapada district of Odisha, and it is locally in Odisha. It is locally known as Hental forest. Hental is the mangrove species. Hental is a plant which is profusely found in this Bhitarkanika forest, hence it is named as Hental. The mangrove forest earlier, it was under Kanika Jamidari. Kanika Jamidari during the King's period, it was in Kanika Jamidari, but in 1952, with merger of states, it came to the Anchal administration of Revenue Department. And in 1957, it came to our Forest Department control. This is the map showing of Bhitarkanika. It is in the eastern part of India on Odisha, and it is the coastal Odisha, the eastern province, Kendrapada, the coastal area, and this red thing, which is
Sir, map
the
is not
Bhitarkanika
seen.
Wildlife Sanctuary.
Please move the slide.
It is not coming.
Sir, please move the slide.
It is being very
It's
well.
not coming.
Please go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's coming.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Thank you. It will take some few seconds in showing in your computer. So, but it has come in my computer. I am telling. Now this is the map. This is surrounding by. This is the mangrove deltaic region of two rivers. This is Brahmani River and this is Baitarini River, and together they become another river, naming Hamra River, which goes and reaches the sea. This is another distribution of Brahmani River, which flows in another direction and reaches the sea. And this area is Bhitarkanika. And the Bhitarkanika in this mangrove area, total red area is sanctuary area, and the core area is declared as sanctuary. National park area. And adjacent to this Bhitarkanika National Park and Bhitarkanika Sanctuary, the coastal area, which is about 20 kilometers from the shore to 20 kilometers inside, covering an area of 1005 square kilometer, is denoted as the Gaimatha Marine Sanctuary. This is one of the important marine sanctuary which is responsible for the crocodile, the turtle nesting, sea turtles. Gaimatha beach is famous for sea turtle rookery. And this is a proposed biosphere reserve. The entire Rajnagar Wildlife Division, which controls the Bhitarkanika Sanctuary, Bhitarkanika National Park, Gaimatha Marine Sanctuary, and some area in Kujango Jamidari and Kujango and Kanika Jamidari has been under this Rajnagar Wildlife Division has been proposed as Bhitarkanika Biosphere Reserve. Proposed. This is a data, a detail I will explain in subsequent slides. There are around 94, it is in comparison with Odisha biodiversity, the small data is given. Out of 700 plant diversity, 94 are there in Bhitarkanika, mammals 26 species, birds 264 species, and reptiles 25 species, amphibians 5 species. These are some mangrove flora. This is Hobali. Hobali is the Thespesia populnea. The interesting, you all know that this flower turns its color with the rising of sun. And this is this Hental, which is Phoenix paludosa, which is locally known as Hental. That's why the name Hental forest. And this is Sundari. There are 3 species of Sundari, and this is the of the heritage homes, which is derived as from its name. The Sundarban is like Sundari, but we have got another species of Sundari in Bhitarkanika, Heritaria conicensis, which is extended to Bhitarkanika. There are total 94 plants true mangroves are 30, associates are 28, and mangrove back mangroves in the deeper side of mangrove coastal shore area, there are 30 species. And beach flora in the beaches of this, because this is adjacent to Bay of Bengal, there is long stretch of beaches, and the beach flora is also prominent. There are 6 beach flora available in Bhitarkanika. This is some unique mangrove plants. This is an edible giria plant, locally called as giria plant. Lot of people, they collect it and use it as saag in a green vegetable curry saag. And this is a plant which is conspicuously absent in Bhitarkanika but abundant in Sundarban. This is a peculiarity of Sundarban and Bhitarkanika, which is this is Nipa fruticans, abundant in Sundarbans but absent in Bhitarkanika. This is one is introduced. It is in the heartthrob of Bhitarkanika, Dangbal jetty. One plant was come and brought and planted here, which is gradually multiplying. This is another species, wild paddy. The wild paddy is in the shoreline of Bhitarkanika creeks, and because the CRRI, Central Rice Research Institute, is in Cuttack, these people they have taken the this wild paddy mangrove, and they have developed a wild paddy which is saline resistant, because this coastal area of Odisha, they frequently with male Bhitarkanika and other area which is during flood time or cyclone time, this gets inundated with saline water. So the crop loss is very much. But this saline resistant crop, these are, it is widely accepted by the agriculturists, agricultural farmers and others. It will resist the saline flood water and it can grow well. This is another plant, the kharkhari, locally known as kharkhari, Ecostium autumn, which is used by this crocodile, Asturian crocodile, to build this mount nest, because Asturian crocodile is the only crocodile which do not burrow a pit and lay eggs. It creates a mount because the area is inundated with the tidal mount, and inside the mount they lay the egg. This is another crinium species, which is crinium lily. These are found in Bhitarkanika. These are some modified roots found in Bhitarkanika mangrove. The pneumatophore is a common phenomenon of mangrove plants. Many mangrove plants, they get this pneumatophore, and these are the buttresses developed by many plants. And some steel root also are also seen in some plants which are there, and complex root system holds the plant to get it washed away by the tidal wave of the water, and it can sustain. Viviparation of Bhitarkanika mangrove plants, as usual for all mangrove, most of the mangrove plants, they get their origin of their root is developed right on the tree with the plant, and when they drop into the water, the mud plant on the shore, they get rooted immediately. They get develop their root system immediately. These are some locational shots of Bhitarkanika. During high tide, the entire place looks like this. This is a tide period. This is highest tide period. The water level is they rise up to 10-12 feet from the bottom to the low, and this is the lowest tide time when the water recedes and the depth of the creek or river or nala comes down to 2 times it occurs during our 24-hour cycle. So 2 times rise and 2 times fall. Highest point, and in the lunar cycle, it increases or decreases. During full moon or new moon is the highest tide, and during mid of the fortnight, the medium tide is observed. There are the microbial and fungal diversity has not been very well documented. Lot of work can be done on this mangrove biodiversity. But there are many things which are noted, which are noticed inside the mangroves of Bhitarkanika. The invertebrate fauna is also very unique and very rare. In other sense, anything in Bhitarkanika is a unique thing of its kind. It is to be seen to be believed, and lot of study can be done on that. The fiddler crab, which is having a one claw very elongated and for using a, then there are a lot of dragonflies and damselflies, there are a lot of butterflies, there are spiders, there are mangrove crabs, edible crabs, which can be used by the local public or can be sold to other persons. This is their livelihood. Then the fishes and amphibians. There are a lot of fishes which are found in Bhitarkanika, and many of them we buy for our aquarium purpose also outside the mangrove. But these are some photographs which are there. The pufferfish, the mud skipper, and it is a rare crab-eating frog. Crab-eating frog, the Phagervaria species, which is rare in mangrove areas, and it is abundantly found in Bhitarkanika. Then in reptiles, we have got the largest crocodiles. There are huge crocodiles in Bhitarkanika, which are more than 100 years old. They are staying in Bhitarkanika area. They are the estuarine crocodile or the saltwater crocodile. They they regularly stay in the estuarine area.
Hello. हाँ कट कर देना आवेरिया.
Please mute your phone.
हाँ कोई नहीं पूछे तुमको. पिछली बनाई में कि छाछ ना दे छाछ तो पसंद मिलेगी.
मिश्रा जी उनको थोड़ा म्यूट कर दीजिए. Then we have got the longest poisonous snake, that is the king cobra, Ophiophagus hana. And we have got the longest lizard, it is the water mountain lizard, and that been seen growing up to more than 6 feet in long. Then there are turtles, many turtles in Bhitarkanika, and this is the substrate turtle just I have given the picture, but the rare turtles are there, which are the terrapins, Indian river terrapins, and other soft-shell turtles also. And these are some photographs of crocodiles, large crocodiles found in Bhitarkanika estuary, and the rare white crocodile, which is known as पंखुआ. पंखुआ means conch like. हम लोग जो बजाते हैं, that is the whiteness is so much. Normally saltwater crocodiles, they are black in color, dark gray in color, but some of them they become white and they grow like that. This is one is our captive white crocodile. In our captivity, within a cell, within the closed environment, it has been kept. And these are the white crocodiles. They are found in open area, in normal river system. So this is a normal phenomenon which is there with the this variety of crocodile. Birds, there are 16 species of torch, egret and heron, 17 species of reptiles, including the white-bellied sea eagle. There is one major habitat breeding of rare mangrove pitta, which it has got many population of parakeet, doves, woodpeckers and passerines. Many birds such as terns, gulls, ducks and geese, including waders, they come during winter as a migratory breeding bird. Including this. This is a small area where this is a I have been to show photographs of 7 kingfishers and this ruddy kingfisher variety, which are they're abundant in Bhitarkanika, has been abundant in Sundarbans, conspicuously rarely sighted in Bhitarkanika. So ruddy kingfisher picture I could not show. The rest 7 kingfishers are there. We have got a heronry during monsoon time. The short egrets and darters, they take up nesting in a huge area. There is about 5 acres, more than 5 acres of area, which is used as a community nest for these egrets and heron. Which is called the heron area is called Kohono. The clear plants, the sundari plants, and Canada, hibiscus tiliaceae, tamarisk, poppy are used as the nesting material. These birds and they make their nest in that plants. In mammals, we have got many varieties of marine mammals, and the rarely found are the porpoises. And in Bhitarkanika, the largest carnivora is hyena. And we have no tiger or leopard. Earlier there were reports of leopards being there, but now there are no leopards sighted in Bhitarkanika. The largest carnivora is hyena, and lesser, smaller cat type animals, carnivorous animal, fishing cat, jungle cat, like that. Jackals, up to jackals, they are there. Then sambar is the largest carnivora, a herbivora, and other spotted deers and other small animals are also there. Normally, in addition to these porpoises, there are Irrawaddy dolphin, humpback dolphin, and gangetic dolphin. They are also sighted in the Bhitarkanika area, including the Marine National Park and estuary area. Then I'll tell something about this very interesting and very less visited sea turtles of Bhitarkanika. It is famous for turtle nesting because in the worldwide there are few places where these olive ridley sea turtles they go for nesting, and in Odisha it is a very which occurs in Odisha coast, and Gahirmatha is the most important sea turtle rookery in this. And in the Gahirmatha marine seawater, the mating takes place. The male and female, both of them, they come to the water, they mate in that water area, and only the female, they comes out of the water and select a site to lay the egg. It spends about 1 hour after coming from the sea water, lay egg, cover it, and then go back to its place. It takes 1 hour. This is place this setting this spot on the stable condition. They have had water for longer period, 2-3 months they stay. On a particular night, they start emerging with a suitable temperature condition, heat condition, that is nobody can forecast. Only the turtles they know it, and they come during that time. During that, and they are increasing in their coming from the shore, coming up from the water, sea water is very, very unpredictable and very, very their progression is manifold. In the first day, 3 to of the water to lay egg, and second day there might be 1,000. Third day there might be some lack, and fourth day, fifth day onwards they come down, and their number comes down, and on 7th day the entire phenomenon is over. So they come in at singularly, they come individually they come, select the site, they lay the egg, then cover the entire area. That it with their entire area, they make a place of confusion, and they go back to the sea. And at times, this depends during high time, but sometimes they are so much in number that increases the activity prolonged, and it goes to the next morning time also. And this is a picture taken in morning time. Night time, this type of vastness cannot be shown. So this is a picture. Fortunately, this could be taken during daytime. After 50 to 55 days, the eggs which are laid and buried by the mother, they hatch themselves, and the hatchlings, they emerge by themselves and come out of the nest on their own, and they straightway proceed to the sea. Right from the day one, they know in which direction sea is there. So that is a God-gifted quality for them. They do not get disoriented. They do not go to the other side. They straightway head towards the sea, knowing very well sea is their mother. Earth is their breeding ground, and sea is their parenting and their living ground. So they go into the sea, and it has been estimated that because sea turtles, they lay about 80 to 150 eggs. With so many eggs, if all becomes adult, there will be congestion in the sea also. So nature has been very gracious and considerate enough to control this naturally. It has been estimated that one gets adulthood. From egg stage to adulthood, one survives. This is an estimation. Lot of work can be done. On this, and this is about the sea turtle thing in the nesting year. Lot of study has been done for this mysterious appearance and disappearance of the sea turtle. So at one point of time, the nesting beach is the place where the female turtles can be approached, caught, touched by hand, so that this was taken for studying, and this radio satellite transponder is fitted on the back of the sea turtle, which was, after laying egg, it goes back to the sea, and there, that is its feeding ground. So it goes on feeding, and then it goes on to earlier this variety of turtles, which was known as Pacific Ridley, but then it was finally known as the olive ridley. Because of the color, it was classified as a olive ridley turtle. Pacific turtle is the other name, because it was thought that Pacific Ocean is the home of this turtle. But this radio transmitter study, this telemetry radio satellite transponder study, this map shows it has been observed up to Sri Lanka coast. Then, of course, the satellite, the radio, the satellite transponder, because of battery issue or might be some other issue, it got defunct after 4-5 months. So after 4-5 months, not much of study could be done through this method. So there is a lot of scope for doing another successful study on this sea turtle. Now I'll tell some salient features about Bhitarkanika mangrove. This is a biological repentativeness is there. This has got a widest range of floral biodiversity in a small area. The floral diversity is next to Papua New Guinea of the world, and in smaller area the concentration is so much, then biological repentativeness is much. Richness is there. So comparison to national status of the biodiversity of Bhitarkanika, it is the protected area, entire Bhitarkanika protected area, the repentativeness is 8% mammals, 17.70% birds, 9.40% reptiles, and 2.5% amphibians. The endemic nature of, I was telling that this Heritaria canicensis or the Kanika sundari is endemic. This sundari is the name of Sundarban, sundari plant. Sundari, Heritaria means Sundari plants genus, and Canicensis is the Kanika related, found in Bhitarkanika only. The ecosystem functions. There are many ecosystems in Bhitarkanika system. The food web, the Bhitarkanika is a very much variety of ecosystems function within the Bhitarkanika mangrove. Each has got individual food webs which directly sustains the fisheries, and this is the mangrove. Mangrove is the nursery of pisciculture. It is the egg laying area, spawning area of many fishes, so that the many fishes they breed and starts propagating here, which is food of other system. That is why the food web continues and they survive well, and then they go dispersed to the larger river systems throughout the country. Even the marine system also, they go to the sea. The ecosystem value, the host ecosystem is the wetland ecosystem, mangrove wetland, and which estuarine water ecosystem, riverine ecosystem, and the forest ecosystem. Each ecosystem supports food chain and food webs within, and they maintain the balance of the nature within itself, and thereby sustaining the ecosystem value of this place. Ecological vulnerability is due to large-scale encroachment, current living styles of the people, and dependence of people on Bhitarkanika. In other words, we can call the biotic pressure. The scientific value of Bhitarkanika mangroves, the wetland is endowed with variety of habits and micro habitat to shelter wide-ranging aquatic and terrestrial fauna. The saltwater crocodile is the saltwater crocodile's rear and rehabilitation process was very success story in Bhitarkanika. Earlier, when in 1974, it was studied by Dr. H.R., the renowned herpetologist, that population is decreasing. And in Odisha, we have got three varieties of, all the three varieties I found are there in Odisha, and they have got different habitats at different places. And saltwater crocodile's habitat is Bhitarkanika. So this success of rear and rehabilitation was started in Bhitarkanika, and by collecting the eggs, part of the eggs collected, and they are made in the artificial hatchery, not by incubator, natural hatcheries, nest were prepared, and the hatching period was observed, and then the hatchlings were, after bringing out the hatchlings, they were reared for about 3 years till they attained about a meter or more length. They were released back into the creek system to sustain on their own. They live, survive on their own, because that is the vulnerable period for the hatchlings. So their population get diminished by predation by other animals, aquatic animals. So that period, when it is done by in captivity, then they are released into the forest. They can survive on their own. It is restored in Bhitarkanika system. This is a very successful rear and rehabilitation system in Bhitarkanika. It is a very, I told you that everything of Bhitarkanika can be studied well, and this is a living laboratory for scientists, biologists, and researchers. Anything, even the mudskipper, even the frog-eating crab, there are a lot of things can be studied on this Bhitarkanika mangrove. Socio-economic value are there. Bhitarkanika mangrove is the one of the most productive ecosystem. It adds to the coastal fishery production, and the it has got the plant varieties. There are many browsing plants and grass plants which are fodder for the village cattle. There are about 9 lakh people in 900 revenue villages, 410 villages surrounding Bhitarkanika. Bhitarkanika, the entire sanctuary area is also inhabited by lot of villages and lot of villagers. So that is why, while deciding for the national park, only the core area of the mangrove area of the sanctuary has been taken and proposed for notification of Bhitarkanika National Park, for which Bhitarkanika is a fully notified national park, devoid of any human habitation. That is why the entire mangrove area is well protected with the national park restrictions, and entire area is protected under the sanctuary notification, the fishing regulations and other things. And furthermore, the total division area, Rajnagar Mangrove Wildlife Division, has been proposed for this biodiversity, biosphere reserve. The socio-cultural value of this area is there because it was earlier ruled by kings and jamidars. Lot of things has been done for their socio-cultural value. Jagannath temple, there are 2 important Jagannath temples are there. There are goddess temple in Panchubarai, Hathwaya area, which is gradually the sea is encroaching, and lot of villages, including this Panchubarai Mandir and all, are entering into the sea. That's why the villages are shifted to a safer location of this sea coast to save them from sea coast grabbing clutch. Bhitarkanika has got a tremendous ecotourism potentiality. Lot of people come for visiting Bhitarkanika, and the period is only 3-4 months, because Bhitarkanika is popular for many other things, but above all the saltwater crocodile or the Australian crocodile is the attraction, most attractive. And during winter months only, they come out for basking and they show up themselves on the mud flats of Bhitarkanika. So that is why during this October, November, December, January, 4 months are the most important ecotourism months, and otherwise lot of birders and lot of other significant tourists, special interested tourist persons, they come to see Bhitarkanika for ecotourism purpose and for knowledge fetching purpose. And Bhitarkanika is closed for 3 months for entire visitor activity. That is May, June, July. That is the egg laying period of saltwater crocodile, and that time they become very, very aggressive, and to avoid the chance of encounter of visitors with the crocodiles, because they come out of the water to select the site and make the nest and lay the egg. During that time, if by chance during their way of their process of crossing over the accommodations area or others, if there is any eventualities, there will be injury to the tourists and visitors. That is why visitor activities are totally stopped during these 3 months. So rest of the months Bhitarkanika is open, but most important is the winter month. These are the threats noted for Bhitarkanika. The encroachment, because lot of migratory persons, they stay in Bhitarkanika area, and they encroach upon the lands and start agriculture activity. Aquaculture is a common thing. They, in addition to their netting in the rivers and creeks, inside the sanctuary area, occasionally the illegal fishing activities takes place, but those are curbed by the departmental persons, and other things are the gradually coming up are the prawn gheris, the prawn culture. The prawn culture area is gradually coming up, which is found in the sanctuary area where agriculture field also are also there. They are coming up in the prawn culture other than this fishing activity. Lot of grazing activity takes place in the forest area or the riverine, riverine places where the edible mangrove plants are found in abundance. Lot of buffalo and cattle, they go and browse in that area. So to get rid of this activity, management strategy has been taken by the forest department. Lot of several measures like creation of habitat and providing help to the villagers through self-help group. There are a lot of self-help groups are created by providing knowledge and their assistance for their livelihood to the villagers through this self-help group. Lot of things are developing in the mangrove area. So I think this is in short about Bhitarkanika. I have tried to narrate everything, but Bhitarkanika, as it is the inside story, lot of things can be told about any inside matter. So lot of studies can be made on this, and people are most invited, the scientists, the researchers are most invited to take up research propositions in their Bhitarkanika area with due permission from the Chief Wildlife Warden, the Divisional Forest Officer. Lot of projects are being permitted in this due process of Bhitarkanika research things. So this is about Bhitarkanika. I think I have covered part of this Bhitarkanika mangrove. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purohit. It was a pleasure listening to you, taking us through the mangroves of Bhitarkanika and those beautiful photographs of the creeks and landscapes. More than that, your intimate knowledge of the associated biodiversity in all categories unique to the area, you've really been able to bring it out for us. Mangroves are one thing biologists, scientists all knew about, but even the common man came to know about it since the super cyclone. I just want to ask you one question. After those super cyclones, have we been able to minimize the threats and increase the area under mangroves so that in future we would be able, the area will be protected? I just wanted to ask you that question.
Yes, madam, please tell me. I could not.
No, I was just asking. You've indicated the threats to the mangroves, and after the super cyclone, they kept saying that there would be a lot of efforts going on for extending the mangroves. Has that happened?
In one word, madam, I can just explain in one word common man's thinking. The extension of damage in Bhubaneswar was more than the extension of damage in Bhitarkanika.
Wow.
The plants, they protect the area very well. They are the wind barriers. They are the wind barriers. Even we have in Orissa, we have faced after super cyclone in 1999, we have faced many cyclones. The Phoni recent one is the cyclone which passed through Bhitarkanika area. Recent one. So actually the existence, the presence of mangrove is the cyclone barrier. So there are less damage. Yes, there will be some damage. There will be some trees broken. There will be some, but the near where there are no coastal barriers like mangrove plant, the extension of damage is more. Like in Baleswar area, the area where this recent cyclone passed through, where there were a lot of villages, lot of damages has been done. But this Bhitarkanika has protected the inhabitants of Bhitarkanika by way of breaking the wind's velocity, and the less velocity of wind is observed in and around Bhitarkanika.
Thank you, Mr. Purohit. Now, may I call on Veena Dubey if she would like to make her comments?
Madam, please.
Dr. Dubey?
मैडम लगता है वो कॉलेज में कुछ नैक का प्रोग्राम है तो उसमें बिजी हैं। तो थैंक यू।
नहीं मैं यही हूँ सर, मैं हूँ सर, आई एम हियर, आई एम वेरी मच हियर, आई एम वेरी मच हियर।
Madam, please give your comments. I am eagerly waiting for your comments. Kind comments, madam.
So we have heard a very good lecture by Dr. Purohit, and I was fascinated to see his photographs on the Salt Lake crocodile, and particularly that कछुआ, जिसको हम लोग कछुआ यहाँ बोलते हैं, और पूरा उनका लाइफ साइकिल के बारे में जैसा उन्होंने बताया, और उनकी मतलब जो मैडम ने जो इंट्रोड्यूस किया था, उनके बायोडेटा में इसमें एक अंडरलाइन थिंग थी कि ही इज ए वेरी गुड फोटोग्राफर, and this was evident from his lecture, that how efficiently he has photographed, and particularly the faunal part, and I have, for the first time, I have seen this sundari, that Kanika sundari plant, which is endemic to that area, Bhitarkanika. I have seen for the first time. I have no hesitation to say that I have seen this plant for the first time in the talk of Dr. Purohit. So I have particularly very good things and very knowledgeable and informative things by Dr. Purohit. And if time will permit, I will request Dr. Purohit that please invite us to Bhitarkanika so that we can go and see the nature's wealth there itself. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Please come, madam. Anytime you are welcome to Bhitarkanika. I stay at Bhubaneswar. First of all, you have to reach Bhubaneswar, then to go. So I welcome you all. I welcome you. And this already the season has started, so you can plan your Bhitarkanika visit together with your Jagannath Darshan. Lord Jagannath, the binding force of all these things. तो जगन्नाथ जी का डोरी नहीं लगने से ना किसी को आने नहीं होता है, तो जगन्नाथ जी डोर लगा देंगे आने के लिए आपको, फिर भीतरकनिका मैं आपको दिखा दूंगा. प्लीज कम एनी टाइम.
ठीक है.
ऑल आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू कम.
Okay, sir. Thank
you.
you.
Kamal Purohit sir are giving a nice lecture. Madam Dr. Rosini Nair and Dr. Veena Pani Dubey for a chair. Thank you, all of you. And then I am proceed the next session. Eminent speaker Dr. R.K. Pandey, former head Forest Ecology and Environment Division, SFRI Jabalpur. His topic is grassland management of Kanha Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh. Chairperson of the session, Professor S.K. Chaturvedi, former Professor Botany Department, Nagaland University, Lumani, Nagaland, and co-chairperson Dr. G. Rajkumar, Principal Scientist, JNTBGRI, Kerala. So I am request to Professor, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, R.K. Pandey sir. Professor,
Mute है sir.
Okay.
माइक लीजिए.
Okay. Can I'm audible or no?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Very much audible.
Yes.
Okay, sir, thanks for just giving me the opportunity on behalf of the organizing committee and my co-chair, Dr. G. Rajkumar, Principal Scientist, TVGRI Kerala. I feel privileged to invite Dr. R.K. Pandey Sahab, who is one of the known grassland ecologists of our country. He is former head Forest Ecology and Environment Division of Madhya Pradesh State Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur, who has devoted his entire active career for the study of forest ecology and environment of Madhya Pradesh. Now, I will not take much time and invite him to present his talk on grassland management of Kanha Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh. Sir, please.
Sir. Dr. Chaturvedi, and good afternoon to all. I am showing, my slides. Visible, sir?
No, not sir. Not yet, sir.
Okay.
So present now. You click the press now and share.
I am sharing, sir.
Present.
Present now. Yes. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, sir.
Yes, present.
Just I am presenting.
Yes.
Okay. Present now, yes. Not visual.
Not visual. Sir, have you opened your PowerPoint?
Yes. Minimize it. Actually, just I am going.
Hello. Dr. Pandey. Nothing is visible, sir.
That was
वो लीव हो गए थे फिर से ज्वाइन हुए हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ओके।
और सर एक बात, हाँ फिर से ज्वाइन करेंगे।
पांडे जी म्यूट हैं आप, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए।
Okay. Just I am going for that
sharing screen.
Sharing the screen. Yes.
Please open your slide and minimize first.
Okay, sir.
Then
okay.
Minimize and then open our webinar. And down there will be an arrow mark will be there. That is present now.
Yeah.
You will get videos. You select the middle one.
Yes.
Yeah, you select the middle one. Then click.
And present, yeah. Present.
You can your presentation you can see, and again click it for sharing.
Yes.
Yeah, you get to 3 withers and center window. Middle one you select.
Middle one, yes, present now.
Yeah, present now. You can see your slides now.
Yes.
Then you click. That will be sharing.
Coming visible.
Yeah, you click that. Double click. You do that. It will share.
It's not visible.
Not coming, sir. Not coming.
No, he's trying. Please.
Yes.
Wait.
You can you see your presentation?
Yeah.
Then you click that. No, you don't click that. Then it will be sharing.
Not appear actually, sir.
Okay,
minimize.
Sir.
If you will click in window, then at our side you can share now. You share. You click on that.
He can very well see his presentation. Please. I think you have selected that middle window as I told you.
Okay.
If you click, you can see first your presentation.
Yes.
Then you go to the mouse. That is, you take the pointer and click there. Double click. It will come as a sharing to you first. Yeah, few seconds will take because it's a larger one.
पांडे सर
विजिबल हुआ नहीं?
नहीं हुआ।
नहीं
हो पाया है।
It is not opening.
यदि दिक्कत हो रही हमारे मेल में भेज दें सर स्कंद विट्टी।
हाँ, मैं इसको पूरा मिनिमाइज करके फिर से कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
No, it can be very easy. See, you have reached almost that point. What I mean, see, open your presentation and minimize, not closing. Minimize.
हाँ ने minimize किया. Yes sir, minimize किया.
Then you go to that arrow mark, that bottom arrow mark. Present now.
Bottom, yes, that is the presentation.
Present now. There must be a write up will be there visible.
I clicked actually. Then.
Present now. When you open it, you will get the windows.
Yes.
You opt for the central one. Center. That is middle window.
Yeah. Why is that actually? Share and
have you gone to that middle window?
Yes.
Middle window, you click again.
Yes.
If you click, you can see your presentation on your screen.
Share an application.
No. You click on share. You click on share.
Yes, share and then click again.
Share, yes.
If you click, then it will come. Yeah, it is coming.
Yeah, it is coming now.
See,
it is little bit confused.
Yeah, no, sir, this will take time, no problem.
Don't get
But now it is coming.
Because if the file is larger, it will take few seconds to open.
Actually, this is a problem. Avoid. Sir.
नहीं वो खुल नहीं रहा.
You are presenting to everyone. It is appearing.
Yeah, now it is coming.
No, don't go. Stop presenting. You might have clicked stop presenting because your mouse is.
I am just.
Pointer has gone there.
Again, I am starting.
Yes, again you have to
repeat the same.
Now you go to that arrow mark bottom. Please go like this. Arrow mark.
Yeah,
bottom.
coming.
Now it should come. No.
Hi, sir.
Please wait. It will come. I don't know why it is not coming.
Why it is not coming? Again, click the that my file.
No, when you see that sharing, if you click, it is okay.
Why it is not coming?
You might have seen your presentation on your screen.
Not yet. Now it is appear in my screen.
Then you click it. You click it again.
No, sir.
You click on your screen.
पांडे सर,
हाँ,
ऐसा करें आप, यदि मेल में भेज दे आप हमारे पास, और तब तक हम नेक्स्ट स्पीकर को ले लेते हैं, और टाइम थोड़ा एडजस्ट हो जाएगा.
हाँ ठीक है, ऐसा कर, ठीक है.
हाँ,
मैं थोड़ा कुछ.
ओके सर. हाँ, थैंक यू. इन द मीन टाइम.
हाँ, मेल आईडी हमारी है ना आपके पास?
हाँ है.
हाँ, तो उसमें भेज दें सर, और तब तक हम डॉक्टर मनन को इनवाइट करते हैं, और इसके बाद आपका हो गया. अच्छा, आ तो रहा. एक मिनट. नहीं आ पा रहा सर.
ये
नहीं आ पा रहा है.
या तो नेटवर्किंग प्रॉब्लम होगी सर.
There is some problem. That is, you are presenting to everyone. It is appears. I don't know.
So many windows they are happening.
That is
So many
simultaneously.
windows they have been.
नहीं
They are.
वो that is wrong. Just I will start again.
Yeah,
Yes.
you start now.
Pandey is presenting. It is appearing like that. Let us see.
It is blank, not coming.
No, sometimes if the file is large and the connection is slow, it will take some time because here it is appearing RK Pandey is presenting like that.
Present.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Let's
that's right.
see a few seconds. I
सर
hope.
पांडे सर, पांडे
हाँ
सर,
सर, हाँ सर,
आप हमारे मेल में भेज दें अपना, तो हम यहाँ से प्रेजेंट कराएंगे इसके मतलब नेक्स्ट उसमें, और इसमें हम मोहनन सर को कर दें.
ठीक है, ठीक है,
हेलो,
ठीक है, ठीक है.
हाँ, तो नाउ सर चतुर्वेदी साहब.
Yes, sir.
अनुमति है, क्योंकि टाइम भी एडजस्ट करना है.
Yes, yes, yes,
है
yes.
ना?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for just giving me time.
Yes.
इसके बाद होगा सर, इस
हाँ,
के
ठीक
बाद
है.
जो है नेक्स्ट पार्ट सर की होगी. तो नेक्स्ट सेकंड इमिनेंट स्पीकर डॉक्टर एन मोहनन, फॉर्मरली सीनियर प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट JNTVGRI त्रिवेंद्रम, एडवाइजर MS स्वामीनाथन रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, वायनाड केरला. वेलकम सर.
Welcome, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Morning.
Chairperson, our chairperson of the session, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, advisor, Center for Innovation in Science and Social Action.
Now it is opened.
Pandey's presentation.
Pandey
Yes,
presentation is opened.
I can
Pandey's
start.
presentation has come.
Yeah, sir. Okay, okay.
I can
I think the
start,
file
sir.
is large.
Yeah.
That's it. Can I start? Visible?
Now you are in second slide.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Because of the little disturbance, it is delayed.
No, probably so.
Thank you.
I'm there.
Good afternoon to all. Actually, the case study of the grassland management of Kanha Tiger Reserve. As we know that the Kanha Project Tiger has similar the core area and the buffer zone, and 940 square kilometer is the core, and the 1067 square kilometer of the buffer zone in the area. So this is the map of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. Actually, sir, this case study was based on the study made in the 1979-81. Actually, this was my PhD dissertation in the past study, and again I reassessed after a period of the more than 20 years in 2004 and 2006. So main objective of this study is to to study the prevailing successional trained community structure of the grasslands of different localities, the production and utility percent of the grassland, the impact of fire and pressure to develop satisfy the grass management. So in this study, this is the common in the central India, the grasslands are agriculture, there is no natural current, and of course, in the grassland, this is a dynamic nature, and it is managed by the successional changes in the period to come. So these are the governing factors of the grasslands. The climatic conditions, that is forest type, as you already spoke, that the grasslands are not natural. These are the anthropogenic abundant agriculture fields, and the climatic condition of the area is the forest type. Prevailing salt forest is there. Rainfall, that is 1600 millimeter. Temperature, soil, altitudes, it is just plain. Grazing intensity in different localities of the grasslands, it is common, and this is the basic for the managing of the grassland succession changes in the area. Fire incidence is very common. Actually, in the previous, before the 1980s, the coal burning was the prominent in that area. After that, it is closed. Weed intensification, of course, it depends upon the grazing pressure and fire intensity in the grassland, different grasslands. So some of the over grasslands and the frequent fire burning grasslands, the weed are overcoming in the area. And of course, the major governing factor is that selective grazing also, because the herbivores have preferred selective grazing in that area. So this is the general status of the grassland. The grasslands of the Kanha Tiger are grazed in old grasslands, and grasslands resettlement of the villages from the core zone of the outside the area, representing various, these grasslands are representing various succession stages with varied composition of the grassland community. Progressive colonization by non-palatable coarse grass, because of the fire and grazing intensity, these grasslands are actually representing the several non-palatable species overcome in the area, leading to and this leading to the deterioration with problems of fire hardy and grazing resistant coarse grasses. Encroachment by woody climate, as we know, there is no natural grasslands. The climatic climate is the forest. So woody species, the forest species are encroaching the grassland area. And there are several water stagnant areas which covered by the semi-aquatic sages, which are not preferred by the herbivores in that area. So this is the actually distribution of the grasslands in Kanha Tiger Reserve. Total number of grasslands are 248, which covered 79.82 square kilometer, and only 8.49% of the core area. Actually, that is the grassland. Very small area under the grassland category. So, as the present study is based on the that previous study made in the 78-80 for my PhD dissertation, and after that 3 years, we have again the one contractors was the community ties in previous study. Similarly, I can say, so these, in the previous study, most of the grasslands were representing to the very palatable grass species and very good appreciation of the palatable species in that area. But because of the different intensity of the grazing pressure and the fire in different localities, these communities were changed into the thematic like this Bothric clover. So most of the non-palatable species were overcoming in that area, that grassland. So these are the grassland. The Saccharum spontaneum are mostly appeared in the most of the grassland, which are not palatable species for the majority of the wild herbivores.
Similarly, so there are 16 community types in 36 grasslands, and ultimately one grassland which is representing to the Kanha Meadow, that is the oldest grasslands in the Kanha. In that previous study, it was represented to Sacrum spontaneum and Neocrosis unite species. Both species were non-palatable. Similarly, in the after 20 years, now due to the succession, this species, this community replaced by the Dianica ornithopoda and Dacia binata in the open area, grazed area, and we have actually experimented some part of the area by through the fencing. So in the fence area, Dimeria ornithota and Scimum indicum were overcoming the area. It indicates that after 20 years, due to the overgrazing and controlled fire, in sometimes later on the fire will stop, but grassland was subjected to the wood burning in the January. It was already in the regressive stage, but after 20 years, more regressive community have been come out, developed, and Desmostachia is a species which is fire resistant and grazing resistant, overcoming the area, and the management of this species is very difficult. This is the trend of the succession in the grasslands of the Kanha Tiger Reserve, which are just converting into the non-palatable regressive type of grassland with less composition of the palatable species. So this is the successional trend actually overcome, and then most of the factors, the governing factors, were pointed out that the low grazing pasture, annual fire. In the black one, this is the previous community types recorded in the study, and red one is the after 20 years. So in the previous community types, this community was quite actually most of the this community were appeared in the evacuated village site agricultural land arable lands after shifting from the core to outside the project area. And similarly, so this is the trend prevailing in the area, and most of the grasslands which were very good for palatability are converting into the non-palatable conditions, and ultimately Dimeria ornithopoda and Desmostachia species were appeared. That is push grass, and this is very dangerous for the grasslands because it reduces palatability of the utility percent of the grassland in the area. So this is the trend, and most at present most of the grasslands are in have reduces utility percent, but has a good composition of the palatable species in the successional changes. And ultimately, the trend indicates that these grasslands, if grazing and fire is not controlled, and there is no proper management intervention, ultimately it is converting into the highly regressive grassland of Dimeria, Desmostachia, bipinnata communities. So, sir, this is the Desmostachia bipinnata species. Actually, over several experimental trials have been conducted in the area how to uproot from that area. This is highly fire resistant species. There is no impact on the fire on this species, evergreen grass, and the root rhizome actually go into the very deep into soil, and it colonize in the area and progressive in nature. So due to the colony, it progressed and enclosed the another adjoining area, and we have tried uprooting trial for this species from the grassland, but till now there is no success to uprooting to remove from the grassland area Desmostachia bipinnata. So this is the real status of the grassland, and this species is overcoming in almost most of the grasslands of that area. So similarly, this is the general scenario of the grasslands of the Kana, and because of the grazing and fire, these Parthenium, Imperata, and these types of overcoming area and palatability, utility percentage of that grass, most of the grassland. This is general scenario. Also potent impact, and these new flushes actually after fire burning, the new flushes come up and generally attract to the herbivores, spotted deer and all, and due to repeated grazing, their loss, and ultimately these palatable species wipe out from the area and overcoming by replacing by the non-palatable species. So fire has its own impact in the area, and these are the common weeds overcoming in the grasslands in that area. Parthenium is also one of the major problem other than the lantana. In the moist areas, Parthenium have overcome and actually covered most maximum part of the grassland area. And as we know, the Parthenium has allelopathic impact. It doesn't grow the other species in their colony. So this is also one of the impact. And because of the grazing, overgrazing in that, this is Saccharum spontaneum. Non-palatable species are visible in that area, and palatable is wiped out. And ultimately, that Parthenium has impacted most of the. It has, because of the allelopathic impact, it has impacted most of the palatable species in the grassland area. Of course, there is a very few grasslands have high utility percent, good composition of the palatable species, but it is just few, not much. And these grasslands have actually low grazing pressure, and fire is controlled. Actually, no fire incidents were seen in this area. So this has a good composition. It indicates that if we control the grazing and fire in the area, then we can manage a good palatable species in the grassland, and utility percent of the grassland can be improved. So actually, for the management point of view, these implications are very necessary. Actually, for the grassland management, it is very important, as we know, because on the grassland is the base for the healthy and good population of the herbivores and the ultimately carnivores in the, any area. So assessment of utility percent of the grassland should be continued, and this is a very important parameter for the grassland management. Site-specific treatments will be required after the assessment. Production potential assessment should also be continued and done for how much the palatable species, what is the quantity of the palatable species provide for the sustained herbivores in that area. Control grazing and fire incidents. This is important implications. Determination of carrying capacity. Actually, this is actually lacking in most of the project tigers. If we study the carrying capacity of the grassland, then ultimately it suggests how to maintain what should be the parameter to implicate for the management of that grassland. And regular monitoring and evaluation is one of the best method for management of the grassland. So, in general, there are three types of grasslands in the project tigers, almost in all project tigers, and some recommended management implications we actually suggested here. There are one category for old grasslands, so already existed in the past. So, in the old grasslands, these are the treatments should be allowed, actually should be done. This is a 5-year program we suggested. And water drainage is one of the important factor for the any grassland, grassy area. So alternate years, in initial years, in the 5-year plans, these treatments should be done. Eradication of Carlange palatable coarse grasses and mechanical or manual uprooting is very every year essential. Rotational grazing, actually floors of fence plot. Rotational grazing is one of the best method for the management of the grassland in protected areas, because we cannot manage the grassland as agriculture people and some other people do. So protected area as per the rules and regulations, rotation is one of the best suited method for management of the grassland. We can protect grassland through closing of fencing for 1 year, alternate years or so. So by this, halt of the protection from grazing can improve the grassland community and associated species. Seedling and parental legumes and grass species in the closed. Uh, uh, Actually, this application is required if we protect the grassland, enclose, fence the grassland area, and in this area, seeding of palatable legumes and grasses can be done for the improvement and of the grassland community. Protection from fire, of course, every year monitoring and assessment of utility percentage. Utility percentage is just a proportion of the palatable species, palatable grass species, and total grass species of that area. So this indicate the potential of the grassland of the area. Similarly, there are other type of grasslands which is originated from the evacuation of the villages, arable lands from the core area. So a new very good grasslands actually in first stage come out, and for this type of relocated village sites, these type of treatments should be conducted. Yeah, after just evacuation, burning should be allowed for 2 years, and then debunding of the agriculture fields, of abandoned agriculture field, development of drainage system and water stagnant areas, weeding, uprooting of cordlangia and palatable coarse grasses, because there are so many weed species in the habitation sites and the agriculture field. So in the first stage, all weeds should be uprooted. Unpalatable grass species should be uprooted for making a good habitat for the palatable grasses. Rotational grazing should be allowed actually repeatedly in that area in alternate years to improve the grasses in that area. Actually, grazing is one of the most important factor for the determining the community structure of that area. Seeding, tuft planting of plantation legumes, and in the fenced plot, we can start in the initial stage. We have already started in some of the project tigers where grassland have already been degraded. Protection from fire, monitoring and assessment of utility percent. So these are the treatments actually should be implicated for the management of the grassland. Similarly, buffer zone, actually outside buffer zone that is not completely protected, habitations used as that habitat, local community, local domestic population, cattle population actually allowed to graze in that area. Local community are allowed for the collection of the NTFP and all these things. So there is some little restriction for using that area. So in this area, actually, these treatments can be considered for improvement that area, because this buffer zone is also a very important zone for the wild herbivores and even carnivores that are found in the core area. core zone area. So these are the treatments, and then I guess we have suggested some management interventions, how to manage the grassland. These are the very important habitat to make a healthy wildlife management in that area. So organizing for the management intervention, we should start organizing brainstorming field workshop at each PA for situation analysis with park managers and frontline staff. Survey planning with the consent of the park managers for ecological survey, inventory of weeds, encroaching woody species, and assessment of succession changes, and develop site-specific control measures. Actually, these treatments are required site-specific. It is not common for the all grassland because some intensity of grazing, fire, and other impacts in different localities may vary. So we should have some site-specific information about the grassland structure and composition, and then we should apply the treatment as per the requirement of that site. Impact assessment of governing factors on structure and composition of the each grassland. Suggestive measures for site-specific intervention of sustainable development of grassland considering sustained wild herbivores on each steady site. So actually, as we know, the grassland habitat is one of the base habitat for health and population growth of the any protected area. So if grassland is healthy, it has a good composition of the palatable grass species, then ultimately herbivores will be healthy and the population will increase. And the herbivores are the first consumers. And then certainly if herbivores are large in number healthy, then first order of carnivores and the top order of carnivores will be healthy. So this is my pyramid hypothesis for wildlife management. We have to concentrate, manage grassland on the priority basis for the healthy growth of the any project tiger or any wildlife protected area, wildlife sanctuary. That is very urgently required. And presently, most of the time, actually, these grassland habitat are being ignored for the composition because what is the composition of the grassland? It is very difficult to determine. So it needs very site-specific survey and all these things and identification of the grasses which are palatable of that area. So all this in brief, actually, this is my deliberation. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for nice presentation. And sir, through your presentation, actually, I enhanced my knowledge regarding the grassland management and different type of. What is the sound coming, sir?
Sound is not coming. Hello, hello, hello.
Maybe it is tiger sound or something.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please.
Sir.
That is from the MS is from the Rama.
Sound is coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So, Dr. Pandey has presented a nice talk through very good photograph, hypothesis, and I like the pyramid hypothesis for wildlife management of the Kana National Park for the growth of tigers. Sir, thank you very much for a nice presentation. Now, I request my co-chair if he can comment a few things. Dr. Rajkumar,
Yes,
please.
Sir. Yes, sir. It is a very authoritative account on the this grassland management. As grassland is the most dynamic ecosystem, it is least cleared. Most of the things, the grasslands are taken as wastelands in many of the concepts. And I wonder Doctor has mentioned it is an anthropogenic one. How it occurred due to the removal of forest cover, or it is then the grass are invaded? How is it, sir?
Your voice is not clear, sir.
Yeah, your voice, Dr. Rajkumar, your voice is not, this is broken.
It has made us commented as anthropogenic one, the grassland in Kanna.
Okay.
Then how it
Sir,
occurred, whether due to the removal of the my doubt. Removal of the forest cover.
Can I clear the thing, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This grassland
Actually,
has been made
there
as
is
anthropogenic one, human made, and I wonder how it has been made due to the removal of forest cover. This grass added or added like that.
actually these grasslands emerge not they clear the cover forest cover of that area. Actually, these are the villages situated inside the Project Tiger, inside the protected area. So after relocation of that villages, the agriculture arable lands and habitation sites has emerged as the grassland in that area. There is no natural
Then these
grassland
exotics
in the
also come.
Project Tiger.
Then these exotics also come. Parthenium, lantana, and
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Hello.
Anyway, this is very insight into the grassland management because the position of the grassland, how it is changed after some 2-3 decades. That is also a great observation. Thank you, sir, for fine presentation, and we have been enlightened with the management of grassland in this tiger, sir. Okay, sir.
Oh, okay,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Ansari, sir, please.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a very illustrious
अंसारी सर का माइक
lecture.
अंसारी सर का माइक बंद है
account.
अंसारी साहब का माइक बंद है
Palatable legumes, as you are told. Legumes.
हाँ, yes sir.
Because palatable legumes are part of the diet of the herbivores also.
Of course, sir. Of course.
We say only grassland. So the palatable legumes are very important in that way.
Of course.
So
Actually, in the grassland, sir, there are several legumes which are browsable by the sustained herbivores. But because of the fire and all these things, these legumes have been wiped out from the area.
Yes,
So this is the major issue. To enrich legumes are the protein for the herbivores. So
Yes,
to
sir.
enrich that grassland, we collect the seeds of the legumes and sowing in that area. So in protected, actually fenced area. So ultimately, it will enrich with the grassland by providing by these legume species to herbivores. Legumes are very essential for their health, herbivore health.
they will also
These are the gaps actually in the management of the grassland in protected area. So we have to think about the and rethink for the how to manage the grassland in healthy way, which can provide the good fodder and grazing species to the herbivores. If herbivores are healthy, then ultimately tiger and dog will be
Correct, sir.
intention.
They will also increase the soil fertility also.
Yes.
The soil fertility will be increased. They are nitrogen fixing plants. They fix nitrogen. So the legumes also enrich the soil. That's why.
Yeah, of course. Because of the nitrogen fixation and all that, it will enrich. Actually, there is a cycle and there is a self-maintained system. So, because of the overgrazing and fire and all these factors, the grassland habitat is being deteriorated day by day, ultimately reducing the health of the herbivore dependence on the grassland. So grassland is the basic factor. Actually, we have to more concentrate for the grassland management,
Yes.
good quality grassland management, good availability of the browsing species, grazing species in the grassland. Most of the grassland, some of the factor actually I not mentioned in the presentation, that most of the grasslands have 10 to 15% utility percentage. It means only 15% palatable grazing species are there, and rest 85% are non-grazing and
Yes.
non-palatable species overcoming that area. So actually, when
Very right.
it come out as 100%, then where wild animals will go? So
Yes, yes.
this is the problem, and that is the reason why most of the animals are moving from the core zone to the outside area, and
Okay, sir.
they are suffering for the poaching and all that.
Good, good.
So these are the basic factors, sir. Even tiger,
Continue.
because of the prey species moving out from the core, then ultimately the predator will move out from the core area to outside area, and they face the poaching and other problem conflict. Man-human, wild animal
Conflict.
human conflicts are very common in the protected area. So
Right,
these
right.
are the
Thank you,
reasons.
sir. Thank
Very
you very
good.
much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very
Thank you
good.
very much, sir.
Thank you.
And thankful to the organizers who given me such an opportunity for presenting of my task in the webinar. Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. R.K. Pandey, sir,
Thank you, sir.
Right.
eminent speaker, and chairperson, Dr. Professor Sunil Kumar Chaturvedi ji, and co-chairperson, Dr. G. Rajkumar, for a nice presentation and chair and co-chair the session. Now I proceed the next session. Mr. Eminent speaker, Dr. N. Mohanan, formerly senior consultant, UNTBGI student, advisor,
Uh-huh.
MS Foundation, why not? Chairperson, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, advisor, Center for Innovation, Science and Social Action, Trivandrum, Kerala, former director, JNTBGRI, coordinator, BR program, Ministry of Environment, Government of India, and co-chair Dr. D.N. Patil, Professor of Botany, Bharatiya Jain Sangathan College, Bagholi, Pune, Maharashtra. So now I am requested to Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, please chair the session and introduce immediate
सर
speaker.
किसी बच्चे की बोलने की आवाज आ रही है, प्लीज म्यूट करवाइएगा.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. And good afternoon to all of you. And whether my co-chair is there right now?
Mr. D.N. Patil, Dr. D.N. Professor D.N. Patil.
Patil
Dr.
is,
D.N. Patil.
I hope you will join it. I am very happy, extremely happy to introduce the speaker of this session is my former colleague, Dr. N. Mohanan. In fact, he is the scientist who joined in the early formation of our Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, and later on it was renamed it as the Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, and it is the one of the institute and what do you call the biggest conservation research institute in the entire Southeast Asia, and also one of the 3 national gene banks in India. And Dr. Mohanan started his career and grown up along with the institute for almost 36 years. He put up his service in the institute and reached it to the stage of senior principal scientist, just one step below the director rank. Almost he is waiting for his post retire, I think, interview for the scatter, I think. And it's very nice that he worked and he was established many things in the JNTBGRI, which is in fact his signature even after his retirement. He was responsible for establishing a beautiful arboretum. Most of the endemic species of the Western Ghats he brought and developed nearly 50 acres of an arboretum, and it's growing well. And it is one of the best conservatory, and also one of the best what you call palms. Actually, he collected seeds all over and established a palmatum and also bambusetum and also a very good what you call the pteridophytic sections and cycads. And we together were nearly served nearly 26 years in the institute, and it's very worthwhile to recollect. And he is one of the great field botanists, particularly the taxonomist of the modern times. And to his credit, actually he has discovered nearly 37 new species to the science and one genus actually. And also he is the author of nearly 10 books and 140 research papers actually published. And one very recently one species is named after him actually, very recently, and for recognizing his contribution to plant taxonomy and conservation. And is knowledgeable, and we are very fortunate that he has accepted our invitation and to discuss about the contribution in TBGRI for conservation of plant genetic resources in this region. And he has already guided. He is a main guide ship. He is a guide ship for the Kerala and Kannur University. He had produced already 5 students and 2 are pursuing now. And with this credit, we will be listening the contributions of the JNTBGRI for conservation, particularly in ex situ conservation, and also he was involved in certain programs for in situ also. So on behalf of the organizers and on my behalf, I invite Dr. Mohanan to present his findings. Now over to Dr. Mohanan, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandrangan. Can you hear?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Pandran, for the nice words, and I think also exaggerated. You have exaggerated my qualifications, etc. So I think so.
It is not exaggerated. It is known to me.
Okay. Now I am going to present before you an ex situ conservatory we have developed from scratches. That is from in a forest area. We have developed an ex situ conservatory for last 40 years, and almost 36 years I was a part of that. Yes. So I am now telling about our institution. Rajkumar also is there. JNTB. Can you go to the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah.
It's open. Yeah. Enlarge it more. The bottom there will be
So slide show, sir.
It is full.
But now?
No, the down you see there will be a one cup-like structure. You click it down, so that will enlarge it.
You know, I'm not getting it.
Then you proceed. Right also.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This the story of Zoological Botany for last 40 years, and this is our emblem, made by our now the head Dr. Raj Vikraman. The vision of the institution is the conservation and sustainable utilization of plant biodiversity of India, particularly of Kerala, for the well-being of her people. And the mission is to advance knowledge, enjoyment, and conservation of plants through excellence in biodiversity research management, horticulture displays, and educational programs. To do research on all aspects of plant science to facilitate sustainable utilization of plant wealth. This is our mission. This is the.
You can move the slide.
Yeah.
You take the mouse to the left hand side slide, you click, because you take the mouse to left hand side and the slides you can see.
No, it is not coming. Is it not moving?
It's not moving. No, you can see the slides will be on your hand side. 1, 2, 3 like that. Then you
don't know what.
For move.
And
yeah, now it is moving. Yeah, now it is moving.
Yes. Now it has.
The same. Go back. You go back.
Location of the garden. It is on the southernmost end of Kerala in Thiruvananthapuram district, 40 kilometers from the capital city Trivandrum towards northeast. This is the site map. Now the site is 41 hectares on the hills of Western Ghats. You are seeing in the background, it is the Western Ghats hills. The Ponmudi Agasmala hills is seen on the back side. About 121 hectares. It is almost 1 square kilometer area. Between this is the location, 8°46' and 8°40 north latitude, 77.4 east latitude, situated 40 kilometers from. Altitude ranges from 1 to 170 meters. The climate is tropical, humid climate, temperature ranging between 25 to 35 degrees centigrade. Rainfall is almost 2,500 to 4,000 millimeter an year. Vegetation, the natural vegetation was a moist deciduous forest and a riverside evergreen vegetation of the lower altitude. Original flora consists of 317 species belonging to 282 angiosperm families. We have studied, the first thing we went to the site and did was studying of the flora, where we produced a flora of Palo Tropical Botanic Garden, which consists of 317 species. This is the original vegetation when we went to in 1983, October, a team of 4 people under me went to that site at Palod for we were the first batch of scientists recruited for the developing of the garden there. And this was the original flora, a highly degraded moist deciduous forest and a riverine vegetation. That is one part of the garden, one boundary of the garden, about 1.5 kilometers is a river, the river Chitta, which flows along one side, and a nice vegetation pattern of lowland riverine vegetation is seen on along that side. The other is a moist deciduous forest. This is the site. You can see how was the site. It was a highly degraded site, and this is the area where I have developed the arboretum. Highly degraded area, and this is the place where we have now the office complex. And was although it was a deciduous forest area, the forest department was given it for cultivation. That is a cultivation for the tribal people and also for the locals. That is, they have cultivated their tapioca for livelihood. So it was already a degraded forest with tapioca cultivation when we went into that area. This is our founder director, Professor A. Abraham. He was the professor of botany in Kerala University. Was a very big visionary and a institution builder. He has established this garden in 1979 under the Science, Technology and Environment Committee STEC. It was then the office, the head office was STEC, Science, Technology and Environment Committee, Government of Kerala. Later in 2002, this was renamed as Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, KSCSTE. The preparatory stages were done in a rented city office at Thiruvananthapuram, moved to Palod in October 1983, and I was the leader of the first team went to that area. The institute functioned through two inseparable complementary systems, the garden system and the research and development system. The garden system, Royal Botanic Garden Kew have played a key role in the development of our garden. On our request, the curator of Royal Botanic Garden, Mr. Hans Fleckner, came to our site, studied the area very well, and developed a master plan for the development of our garden in 1984. He stayed here for about 1 month, and the master plan for landscaping, etc., was done in the garden with us. Later, the late Roy A.B., a renowned horticulturist of UK and the director of Park Systems Manchester, came us to the Trivandrum for training us in conservation and horticulture. He lived in Trivandrum for about 3 months and trained all the newly recruited some 10 staff in horticulture and conservation. The development of the maintenance of the system is accomplished through the divisions. The garden division consists of 2 divisions: Garden Management, Education and Information Division, and the next is the Plant Genetic Resource Division. The garden is spread over 300 acres. The system is reckoned as one of the biggest conservatory garden in India, with over 50,000 accessions belonging to about almost 3,500 to 4,000 species of plants. It's a member of the Botanic Garden Conservation International, a center of excellence of the Ministry of Environment and Forests, the National Gene Bank of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants established under the G15 countries, and is a lead garden for Peninsular India under Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of India. You can see the what we started in 1984. This was the entrance area. When we came in, we made a small thatched building there, a small pole with a checkpost, etc. We came into that area. And it is in 2019, as it the latest photo, one of the photo, this is something like this. We developed them. This is very started now in 2019. This is the beautiful garden. It's a real view of that area of our 2019. 2019 means that I have retired from that garden in 2019, and after that, more photos for that area. This is the first office, and the thatched building is the first office where we started our work. It's a very small thatched building, and but in that office we have developed the new office building at the area. And now the job picture what you see is the office building of Vijay. And building up of the guest house, the development of the garden. And you can see this is Roy B, who is training us for gardening. At present, this is something we have developed after 35 years. We have an arboretum with about 700 species of trees, a bamboo system with more than 70 species of plants, a palm with about 200 species of plants, orchidarium with about with more than 800 species of medicinal plants, ornaments, and different species, conserving for species. about 32 species of cacti, 250 species. First is my own collection, about 77 species. Garcinia collection. Again, I have one Garcinia and Garcinia garden. A balsam garden is more than 20 species of planting that Garden garden. We have jasmine garden, water plant garden, and another garden is tsunami of Andaman Nicobar Islands. In the 1990s, Andaman Nicobar and other species from that area produced our garden, and we have made an animal garden in and after that, what happened? Some of the plants came to an extinct in the main and in the Andaman land. They have approached us to get the seedlings for conservation. They have taken from conservatory to and about the arboretum, holds now over 30 species of trees, some 4 to 5%. 75% belongs to the plants from all over the world in the conditions. I'll show you. Let me trees with the 4 to 5 living plants. Then, according the data, the growth performance every year. Now, 90% of the plants, almost 100% of the plants now are flowered, and they are well labeled and grown in the garden. This is something development of the arboretum. First picture shows that we have. I have started the arboretum on that barren land, where just developed. And this is something in the last picture. You see all the plants have grown. And almost a forest like this garden was redeveloped in the barren land. These are look like with all trees, and it is about 50 acres of land converted to forest area. This is what you can see from the arboretum. All planted. The arboretum has integrated arboretum holds about 760 species of trees, up to 5% of each species grown there. The highlight of our Jambasa collection is that we have a collection of ficus with about 70 species, a Garcinia garden 15 species, a Humboldt garden with 5 species, Shaisi garden, and when during our return time, Rajkumar has developed a nice custard garden, which I think Rajkumar will tell about that. Good collection is developed. Custard apple. Custard apple. And the common. No. Continue? No. You can tell afterwards. Arboretum was in 1980, and it now hosts more than 200 species. Dr. Pandya have submitted the project where they have given some money for developing the arboretum, and now the arboretum is a well-established arboretum, 260 species of palms, flowering, fruiting, everything is happening there. If you don't pathways everywhere, it is well approachable, and you can round and see all the palms. This is some other parts of this arboretum. Though I was in the garden division and we have many we have Joey submitted projects for the garden, and that way we have up to with together with for the garden. Then we have balsam, which was developed by Dr. Kosh. You may know him. He was one of our colleagues who started work with me, and he developed a bamboo system. Started in 1987. It was about 850 living plants, 8 accessions of living plants of about 70 species of bamboos. And one of their work, was they have hybridized bamboos and they have developed some like new hybrid bamboos. See the beautiful bamboo set of our garden with all grown up bamboos. Then we have a medicinal garden which was led by Dr. T.J. Matthew. Now Dr. Mugan is in charge of the garden. It was initiated in 1988. It was more than 800 species of medicinal plants. This is the national thing for medicinal aromatic of India. We have developed a model demonstration garden already because we call it as T.H. Vedan garden. T.H. Vedan was a man who helped the one the Ottoman particles, and in commemorating the memory of we have we have developed the national garden. It's the first photo. It's a highly integrated grassland area where we developed medicinal. And now this is the medicinal garden growing with the double labeled medicinal plants. And this is the irrigation basin garden. Commemoration of irrigation garden. A beautiful landscape medicinal garden in that area. First one, some of the photographs of the medicinal garden, where plants like Ocean fenestratum or something like this is semi-Botanical, something like that. All these plants grown in the medicinal garden, and this is one of the story we tell about conservation, about the medicinal garden. It's a we call it maragel. The yellow colored in this plant is a medicinal movement, and each plant may take some 50 years to get matured. And in the main stem, this berry is accumulated, and before getting etc., the people will cut off the plant and so this eventually became almost endangered and the verge of extinction. And the medicinal group as the project of that, they have done some they have put the medicinal plant in the garden where they produce seeds after 15-20 years. Now, all the seeds, developing them, germinating them, giving back to the forest part for restoration of the plant. This is one of the important things we do with such ex situ conservation sites. We have an area where we grow non fruits of guards. Now the garden is without more than 220 species of plants. All plants are growing well and flowering and fruiting. There. They are producing seedlings and giving only these plants to the public and also the NGOs for conservation solutions. Then we have done an orbit there. Kumar was responsible for that garden. And in that garden, we have started in 1984, and the garden is more than 600 species of wild orchids. And he has collected orchids from all over India. This is a type
Rama, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic.
Please mute your mic. We are speaker.
Mishra, he is not listening. Mr. Ramoda.
Remove that person.
Mr. Ramoda, off your mic.
सभी सुन ही रहे हैं, वो अपने वार्ता में झूल हैं।
I think Mishra, Dr. Mishra, please stop mic.
आपको एक चीज को ध्यान रखना है
It's extremely helpful to everybody.
Is it?
Remove that person.
Peacefully ignorant.
They are not really.
Organizers
Mr.
आईडी पासवर्ड तो खोल के देखो तो कौन खोली मारी हो करो तो
हेलो
निकाल दीजिए प्लीज।
आप अपना माइक ऑन करें।
जो सुन रहे हैं उनको डालिए, मीटिंग से हटा दीजिए।
Mic. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. We have
Please go ahead.
collection where he has collected plant more than and about 300 pieces of wild orchids are now grown in that garden. And the rightmost one is the tiger orchid, which has the biggest flower bunch, about 8 to 10 feet long bunch with most something like thousands of flowers. Is biggest, the largest, biggest orchid of the world. We have this is Paphiophyllum durae, one of the rarest orchid of Agustimella. We are growing in this year. And almost a garden. Another work of the orchid biology section is hybridization of orchid. They are developing new hybrid of orchids. So far, we have developed about more than something like 15 species of orchid hybrids. Then we have developed, I was responsible for developing a collection of ferns and gymnosperms at the garden. We have a fernery which holds more than 250 species of ferns, and a cycas garden, a gymnosperm garden, where about 17 species of 18 species of cycads are grown. So these are one of the most beautiful gardens in the NTPGR, right? See, these cycad plants were collected from different parts of the world through seed exchange, and Q has helped us to develop this garden very much. Where when they get some seeds, they will transfer some of these seeds to TBR in the earlier stages. But after that, CBD, etc., this was not that easy. But almost 17 species of cycads thus we got from different parts of the world, and we grew them in the garden. Almost all of them half coned. But the tragedy is that cycas being bisexual plants, we have very few plants with both male and female plants. So whatever plants we have, we are developing seeds and multiplying the plants where we can get both male and female. Other plants we are trying for getting this. Where we have female plants, we are trying for getting this pollen grains from other countries, etc. But it is not that easy to get that signal. So either male or female plants. Some of these, about 10 species only, either male or female are in the garden. And this is about the fernery. One of the good collections with more than 250 species of ferns are grown there. And also the ferns are label. This is Ophioglossum reticulatum, which has the largest chromosome number. This is which is a very primitive fern called Scheissia agitata. One peculiarity is that in our site, this plant is seen naturally in the garden. The Scheissia agitata is naturally seen in the garden. And there is a being called ornamental plant collections and landscapes, where that group collect the ornamental plants, then multiply it and use them for the. Now these landscapes we have developed past years about on the different part of the entrance. This is the entrance garden. Then we have a nursery and a visitors complex area where the visitors amenities are being developed, and visitors come to that area. We will give classes for them about the garden. Then we will take them around the garden with the help of guides, etc. And this is the visitors complex we have developed in the garden. And we have a cacti and succulent garden developed, started in 1982. And now we have more than 250 species of cacti and succulents grown in the area. That area is a very peculiar area in that area, where we had already a rocky area with very less water, etc. So we developed the cacti and succulent gardens. Whatever plants can be grown outside the area are planted in the rock garden, and the plants which needs protection planted inside the garden. This is inside the that building, the rock garden, the cactus and succulent garden. And another very peculiar collection is our bromeliad collection. Bromeliad group is a group of plants coming under the family Bromeliaceae, the pineapple family. Almost all of the plants are native to South America, and no other continent has this group of plants, and they're highly ornamental plants. We have collected these seeds and seedlings from different parts, even from the nurseries, and even collected from the South American gardens. We got plants. Now we have about 40-45 species of bromeliads growing inside the garden, a bromeliad garden. The peculiarity is that these plants, like orchids, will grow on the top of trees, but they don't have element tissue. They will have a peculiar thing called tank. They are called tank epiphytes. The lower leaves will form a tank-like structure, and water and humus will be collected inside this tank, and the plant will take nourishment from that tank. And beautiful flowers they produce. This is our bromeliad garden with about 50 species of bromeliads we have. Then we have an aquatic garden where Nilembo and nymphaeas are grown. A very good aquatic garden. We have now about 50 species or varieties of these plants are grown in that nymphea garden. It's about our garden. And then we have that RET garden also. I don't have that much photographs of that thing, where we have developed an RET garden. Dr. Pandurangan and Rajkumar have added many things to that garden, where about more than 150 species of rare and endangered plants are grown. The second part of our garden is research and development, which is done by 5 divisions: the biotechnology and bioinformatics division, the conservation biology division, ethnomedicine and pharmacology division, phytochemistry and phytopharmacology division, plant systematics and evolutionary science division. And the last division is where Professor Dr. Pandurangan and now Dr. Rajkumar is continuing the work. These are some of our achievements. 3 genera and about 130 species of flowering plants were described new to science from the Western Ghats by our group of scientists. 40 species, about 40-50 species were added new report to the country. 30 very rare endemic plants were rediscovered after the only previous collections. A conservation biology of about more than 30 species of rare and endemic plants were completed. 2 families, 15 new genera, and about 40 species of fungus were also described from our garden. This is the left one is the genus I have discovered from Agasimala, the Shivadasinia. This is an the saprophytic orchid, our group, the taxonomist has discovered from Silent Valley. And these are some of the new species of fungus they have described. Then we have a herbarium which was developed by our Pandurangan sir and Dr. Rajkumar. We have about more than 20,000 species of specimens belonging to something like more than 3,000, 4,000 plants in the garden. We have a very good seed bank which consists more than 2,500 accessions of seeds. Our gene bank, gene bank means a living collection of these plants, gene bank with more of medicinal aromatic plants, which was developed under the DBT. Then we have developed micro-propagation protocols for many plants, something like 40, our nursery has developed 42 species of plants. We have many plants. We have developed RET plants were brought from the forest, brought back to the garden. Here, the research on biotechnology and this thing is being done. This is the site. Our group has carried out ethnopharmacological assays of several plants on the aspects like antioxidant, hepatoprotective, aphrodisiac, immunomodulator, etc. The baseline documentation of traditional knowledge of plants and food in 70 Grama Panchayats were completed. Technology of 2 herbal drugs, Jeevani and another Cicerox, were transferred to the industrial community, and we have gained royalty out of that. And pharmacological studies of many plants were done. Potential like anti-inflammatory properties, antivirus properties we have done on many plants. And this is a very interesting story we have, which is well accepted throughout the world. Dr. Pushpangan, when Dr. Pushpangan was director, it was in 1990s. They have found out the property of a plant called Trichomus silanicus, grown in Western Ghats by the Kani tribes of the Western Ghats. They found that this plant is highly potential properties. They brought back the plant to the garden, developed a medicine called Jeevani, and it was transferred to the industry. And the royalty was divided between the garden and the Kani tribes who has provided the information. This is the first type of benefit sharing, which was set by IUCN, and IUCN has accepted it as the first benefit sharing model developed by JNTBGR, right? This happened before CBD came into practice. And we have many publications we have done, like floras. We have tried on this Kerala flora, many plants, and we have our annual reports, everything, and that's it. And about every year, something like 200, 300 research papers are published by our institute in various aspects. Then we are open to the public. And every year, something like before the COVID conditions, every year something like 25,000, 35,000 students and public visit our garden, and we are giving skill development, training, internship, etc., etc. We are a center of research for PhD, MPhil, etc. students, etc. Then the institute is an approved research center for University of Kerala, Gandhi Ground University, Kannur University, Mathur, and Gujarat Ayurveda University. And from the beginning, we have conducted open days for the public, and we are participating in agriculture festivals, etc. And we are disseminating the knowledge of plant conservation and the importance of plants to the public. Programs of people participative programs we are conducting for many Grama Panchayats, etc., where we give the planting material for restoration of their gardens, their properties, etc. That way, we are actively participating public participation. This is the open house we conducted in 1987, where about like 1 lakh people visited the garden during a 1-week program. And this is the people participative program. We will arrange meetings of we will arrange meetings on the importance of the plants, their properties. We will even these first slide and second slide show first photograph and second photos that we are training the local people to make these Ayurvedic preparations for their daily use. The third side, you can see the local women are collecting plant from the institute for planting in their home gardens. Then every year students are coming. Then we are making students participative programs we are conducting. And the program is the second photograph. This photograph is inauguration of the RET Park of Art and we have developed. This is the inauguration was done by a group of students on the World Environment Day. That way, people in student program. Then this is something about the labeling. Individual plants are labeled like this with their accession number, the family, the name, and where it is found, etc. Then we have general education boards where a group of plants are present. This is ginger garden. Then we have educational boards, something like this ficus or something like this is a board we have placed in front of the Victoria Amazonica, where it shows that based on the leisure of Victoria, there was a building in London. Technique was used by the then years, but during Second World War, it collapsed. This is Crystal Palace, where these are the architect developed based on Victoria Amazonica. This is the type of label we are using in the garden. Then we have a sale and distribution wing where plants are multiplied in large quantity, and we are two way we are giving. One for sale, we have the plants that the people can come and purchase the plants from our garden. The second thing is that if there are some NGOs who request us for something like replanting, etc., we will give them plants on a lesser rate or even free. We are giving plants, seedlings to the public. Then we have the visitors management center, which cater the of the people. Average is something like 50,000, 60,000 students visit a garden every year. Something like an average 20 to 30 lakhs were received before the COVID, but for the last 2 years, visitors are restricted in the garden. And these are some of the display areas where we will teach the students about the evolution, etc. Plant evolution is a display area where plant evolution is being taught to the students. Then we have many curious plants in the garden, like water lilies, many, about 40 species of these insectivorous plants. This is which was planted by Dr. who came to garden for training. Yes, it's the female and male plant of Buccaroria is growing and fruiting well in the garden. So many curious plants which we showed to the public. That's important visitors we had. Dr. Manmohan Singh came to the institute, was the chairman of the planning commission, planted a tree in the 1986, and which is now grown like this. It's a big mango tree. There we have visitors like Haywood, M.S. Swaminathan, G.T. Prance, Marberley, etc. Gave us the advices. Then they have come to the garden and talked about the construction aspects. Several completion during last 25 years, about us handled many subjects, and all these things we have before this type of CBD has came into practice. This was something before that Rio Summit, etc. This was the vision of that great man, Professor Abraham, who actually conceptualized our garden in 1979. And so far I have heard about our achievements, etc. But we have many disasters also happening in that area. Elephant, wild animals are of that garden. And every year 1 or 2 times elephants will visit the garden and they will make some damage to the garden. This is something in 2012, once an elephant came into the palmatum and he has taken away something like 50 species, grown-up palms. And there was a nicely built-up thatched shed which just destroyed the elephant. And now the grazing of these herbivorous animals is very frequent in that area. So, being in a forest area, such types are also happening in the garden, but we are overcoming it by replanting, etc., etc. So this is something in a nutshell about the TBGRI, and thanks from our institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan.
Okay.
You have taken us a virtual tour, all of us, to the TBGRI. And Dr. Mohanan has forgot one thing to mention, that when that is when he was a chairman, Dr. Manmohan Singh, in supplied back of us, actually when he was holding the Prime Minister office. Yeah, 25 years we gave it back, and he could vividly remember about actually the plan, what he planned. We have seen blown up a tree also we have given to him, and it's very nice. Thank you very much. And now it is open for, because Botanic Garden is not exclusively for people think it's a pleasurable garden, but it is a conservatory botanic garden, so that all the species we conserve, we have the database. When even if it is exotics, when it was introduced, who planted, how many years, like that we were maintaining, so that what the one advantage is, all the tree species we are having their population statistics, how many years is the gestation period, how many years took for flowering and fruiting and all. This will be helpful for actually for real conservation when we go back to the original, because we now understood the ecological requirements, so that can be met in the in situ while we are practicing. So thank you very much, and now I invite any questions to Dr. Mohan. Please. Dr. Ansari sir, please.
Dr. Mohanan.
Yes.
Where are you in Coimbatore?
No,
now I am in Toronto.
Not N. Mohanan,
there are so many Mohanan. He is a TBGRI Mohanan.
N. Mohanan, I am N. Mohanan.
M is different. N. We had two.
Yes.
We have three.
That is
there is a CN also.
Yes.
Anyway, it's a wonderful presentation and very educative. I think you have given a lot of information. You were in 1983 first batch. I think Professor Haywood came when we were in the Coimbatore. Professor Haywood, 1984 Pandurangan. Are you remembering?
Shall I myself, Rajkumar?
Yeah. Other two.
Yes.
Yeah, other two Mohanans, they are settled in Trivandrum. BSI Mohanan.
Yes,
Dr. Henry.
M and C.
And CN Mohan.
CM. Okay.
Yes,
Rajkumar, please.
Rajkumar, can you
yes.
observe?
That is M. Mohanan. That is floor.
Dr. Pandurangan, sir.
Sir, that is
Yeah,
floor of
please.
Tirunelveli.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay, that's all.
Dr.
That's all.
Pandurangan, sir.
Kaspar, you can tell about that your garden. Yes.
Some of the session, sir. Dr. Pandurangan.
Sir,
Hello.
Yeah, I'm telling it.
Yes, sir.
Let me say something. Because
session is.
Yeah, whether my co-chair is there.
there is a blood flow there. Sir.
Hello.
Our co-chair, Mr. Dr. Patil.
Chat one. Yes,
sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Good afternoon, all.
Please.
Rajkumar, quickly tell. There is an interruption. Your connection.
Sir, it's great pleasure to me to conclude this session given by the presented by the
Both
Dr.
academic
N.
and
Mohan,
aesthetic devoted 2 acres of land at the time of establishment of this custard apple garden, and underneath the family is very much interesting, having 60% of endemism in Western Ghats, and almost all the out of 75 species, we have been able to collect some 40 species coming well here now. Acclimatized and coming well. The most important thing is that under one roof, all these plants are available, and any kind of studies can be carried out. Okay, pollination, anatomy, cytology, anything can be carried out. It's only built conservatively now.
That is worthwhile addition to our institute.
Yeah, right. And moreover, I wish to say that maybe some 10 plants of IUCN category.
Okay. Rajkumar?
13 plants are conserved here.
Okay.
And we are ready to give the
Okay, Rajkumar.
Rajkumar. Okay, thank you. And Dr. Patil?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, Dr. Patil, please, you can conclude it. Yeah.
Just start
Okay,
with
sir.
Okay, sir.
Project.
It's a great pleasure to me.
Over to Dr. Patil.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That has been completed in work and the flowering plants of Kerala to be added in TBJR is that
Rajkumar.
Dr. Rajkumar.
World record of having the.
Please now conclude, Dr. Patil.
Rajkumar,
Yes,
there is a break of your voice. Stop it. We will conclude that. Dr. Patil, please conclude the session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. It's great pleasure to me to conclude the session chaired by, given by the our resource person, senior principal scientist, Dr. N. Mohanan, sir. Actually, this botanical garden is one of the famous botanical garden, Jawaharlal Nehru Tropical Botanical Garden and Research Institute, Kerala. Sir has developed already the arboretum in JNT BGRI. Sir gave vision. It was very challenging to present this botanical garden in front of all of us. Because it is very historical, one of the garden in India. It is established by the in the 1979 by the Professor A. Abraham. He was a founder director with the help of Royal Botanical Garden Kew. Consequently, the institute was established as an autonomous R&D organization in Kerala. The aim and objective of the botanical garden are really fulfilled in this botanical garden. It play a very important role for conservation, protection, research and teaching also. It play a very important role in botanical garden. Just I have noted some important plant species which are maintained in this botanical garden. In arboretum, about 750 species are maintained. In bamboo setup with 70 species, palmatum with 200 species. In arcadium with 600 wild species are maintained. 150 exotic hybrid species are maintained in botanical garden, and about 842 medicinal plants. This unit is established in 1985. Wild ornamental plants, about 120 species are maintained here. More than 50 hybrid species of orchids are also maintained here. And with this, about 80 rare species are also maintained, and 40 species of insectivorous plants. I think this is a very well-known one of the botanical garden in very effective and the informative presentation. Sir has kept the information about this botanical garden. I am very much thankful for the organizer to give me this opportunity to conclude this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Pandurangan, sir.
Pandurangan. Yeah, over to Dr. Mishra. Mohanan, close the
Yes, sir.
slide.
Okay, please.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, sir, Dr. N. Mohanan, sir, Dr. D.N. Patil, sir, for giving a nice talk and chair and co-chair the session. Now, I am proceed the last session of this webinar. Eminent speaker, Mr. Baipi Singh, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest and Field Director, Sanjay Tiger Reserve, Sindhi, Madhya Pradesh. Topic is Madhav National Park, mesmerizing landscape. Chairperson of the session is Professor Dr. A.K. Jain, formerly Professor of Botany, Shivaji University, and co-chair Mr. Manoj Borkar from Goa. Mr. Manoj Borkar from Goa. So please, I am request to Professor Dr. A.K. Jain, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Baipi Singh, sir. Professor Jain, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Jain,
Can you hear
Professor
me?
A.K. Jain, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm very happy that I got privilege to share this very important session of this very important web. And I am again very happy that Professor Skanda Kumar Mishra has organized a series of lectures on various national parks, reserve areas, sanctuaries, etc. So in that way, we came to know about the picture of our country, about the conservation of flora and fauna. So I will not take much of your time. And today's learned speaker is Mr. Y.P. Singh. He is an IFS officer. And Y.P. Singh Sahab, he is MSc in mathematics from University of Allahabad. And he is a life member of Indian Forest Service Association. And Singh Sahab has taken training in some countries, very important countries, and at several places in India also. He took training in forestry in USA, in Finland, then in our country. He took training in Coimbatore, Dehradun, Ahmedabad, Agartala, Kerala, etc. And several positions he has held since 1988. He was ACF earlier. Then he worked as forest officer in Raipur, Jagdalpur, Narsingpur, Sindhi, and Shivpuri as subdivision. Then promoted to divisional forest officer and worked at Chanwara, Shivni, Sagar, Chief Conservator of Forest in Shivpuri Circle, and he also worked as Director of Madhav National Park, Shivpuri, on which he is going to speak today. And his present position is CCF and Field Director of Sanjay Tiger Reserve, Sindhi. So this is an introduction on a very important topic, a very important national park of Madhya Pradesh, And that national park is Madhav National Park. And Singh Saab is going to speak on Madhav National Park mesmerizing landscape. With this short introduction, I request Singh Saab to deliver your lecture, please.
Thank you, Jain sir. And good afternoon to everybody. As Jain sir told, Madhav National Park is very close to Shivpuri city. It's around 4 away from Shivpuri city, and it is one of the most beautiful national park, and it is one of the oldest national park also. This park was created during 1956 under Madhya Bharat Wildlife Act 1955. This is the main gate of the Madhav National Park, and this is the Madhav National Park total area. The left side, this area, it was notified in 56, and final notification was done
Sorry,
in
but I don't think we are able to
19.
see the presentation. Singh साहब, आपका presentation नहीं
जी।
दिख रहा है।
नहीं दिख रहा है, ओके।
नहीं दिख रहा है, स्क्रीन पर नहीं आ रहा है।
अच्छा, मैं वो फिर से कर रहा हूँ।
अभी आपकी फाइल नहीं खुली है।
अभी दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा है?
अब आ गया।
हाँ, अभी दिख रहा है।
निशा जी दिख रहा है?
हाँ जी सर।
ओके। This is the Madhav National Park's map. The left side, which is a blue color, it was notified in first notification, preliminary notification came in 1956 under Madhya Bharat Protection Act 1955, and it was finally notified in 1958. The total area is 185 square kilometer. After Forest Conservation Act came in 1980. This area, the yellow area, it was included in the Madhav National Park. Earlier, there were many flagstone quarries. As we know, the Shivpuri is famous for flagstone quarries, and there are legal quarries and there are illegal quarries also, which Forest Department is trying to curb. And in 1999, this 28 square kilometer area, it was making a neck to this area and to this area. So this is the revenue area where the 10 villages are there, in which 5 are completely relocated and 5 are partially relocated. Still there are 77 families they are residing. This is the revenue area which is connecting this part to this part of the Madhav National Park. This is this road is the Agra Bombay Road, which is bifurcating this park into two, and this is Shivpuri Jhansi Road, which is now the part of the east-west corridor. It is bifurcating here and here also. Here is the Shivpuri Territorial Forest Division. So this road is very sensitive, and this road is also very sensitive where our animals they are getting trapped and they are getting killed also. This is Sindh Nadi river. Here is the uh, Marikheda dam. It is a big dam, and this road is also this Satanwala to Chad and Chad to Narwar. Narwar earlier it was known as the district headquarters of this area before 1920. Narwar was the district place. So this is also very important road, and this is also bifurcating these parts. So these three roads, they are playing a major role regarding the protection of the wild animals when animals are getting trapped. This area, this is the south range where our tourism is taking place this area, and in these areas the tourism are very less. Only one waterfall is there, Tunda here. And here is the temple Bala Mata Mandir during this Saptami and Ashtami big festival for lakhs people they are visiting and creating a problem in the protection of the wild animals. Here, the villages were relocated. They are completely they are established outside the park area, but here, east 5 villages making nuisance. And the forest department, with the collaboration of the district administration, they are trying to locate these families from the outside of the area. Total area it is around 75 square kilometer area, in which 20 square kilometer area was excluded, which came in the Kshetra of the Marikheda Dam. Now, total area there is a 354 kilometer area.
सब आपसे एक छोटा सा रिक्वेस्ट है, enlarge कीजिएगा slide.
जी जी जी.
If possible,
Okay.
could you kindly enlarge this slide?
जी 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 जी.
बढ़िया सर, थैंक यू. बस ठीक है.
पीछे मैप आपने लिया था कि नहीं लिया था?
नहीं देखा है सर. थैंक यू. थैंक यू. माफ कीजिएगा. इंटरप्ट.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं. The park is held by the only rank officer, but now this post is in abeyance, and the chief of land is being the Uno National Park and Madhav National Park both. It is being headed by one DCF now. There is one. There are two DCF in Madhav National Park, and one is in Carrera Sanctuary. The Carrera Sanctuary is some 50 kilometers away from Shivpuri. We are having one name also, and he is inspired in addition to Shivpuri, he's building this mural also. We are having one dog squad, our dog Apollo. He's evidencing the wildlife crime. Forest is mainly there. This is the oak forest. There are three types of main species: Kardai, Pendula, Carex, and Saliboswellia strata. These three are the major species which are in Madhanak, and as we know that Kardai is flowering in July and August. The park becomes so beautiful during the rainy season that many tourists they are visiting during July to October our three waterfalls. They are full, and one more also, this is the only national park which is open for all 365 days from sunrise to sunset. According to 2018 census, Cheetal was around 1,500, but now their number they have increased to 4,000. Sambar, Chinkara, Chosinga, they are in good numbers in the park. And in carnivores, earlier tiger was there, but now since 2011, we have not seen any presence of tiger. Although it is making a good corridor from Ranthambore to Maharashtra Park via Puno, but now these days there are no tigers. Last year the WIA team visited for this cheetah relocation, but they have visited 5 parks in Madhya Pradesh, but finally the Puno National Park was decided on the relocation of the cheetah, and most probably in October, November, there are coming around 8 cheetah from South Africa. There is there, Aya is there, Wildog is there, Wolf is there, and a good number of crocodiles are in Madhav National Park. It is said since last 10 years that there are 100 number, but accordingly, I think there are more than 400-500 crocodiles in Madhav National Park, in Jadhav Sagar, in one. I think I should mention the beauty of the park. Here, this is the Sagar Lake. It is around. It was constructed in 1918 by the then ruler of their state, Maharaja Sindhya. This is its length is around 2,450 meter and height is 13 meter. And above this Sagar Lake, there is one Jadhav Sagar Lake on near Nadi. Jadhav Sagar Lake, Sagar, and then Madhav Sagar. These three are lakes. They were constructed in 1918, and this is a very good example of water conservation in the area like Shivpuri and Banner, where the water scarcity of water is very much. And the first from Jadhav Sagar, the water coming to Sagar, which is known as Chat also, since it says like Chan, and from Sagar it is coming to Madhav Sagar, and from Madhav Sagar the water is being pumped to Shivpuri city, and half of the city is getting water from this lake. There are around 500 crocodiles, but in the census, the forest department is giving only 100 crocodiles. Before notification of this park, the area was reserved for game reserve, and there are around 5 square kilometer area which was reserved for this for game reserve, and for the dignitaries and Maharajas and Jaz from they visiting for and in and around 20 to 30 visitors they are visiting the area. This is a waterfall. This is Burako waterfall, and this is the Tunda waterfall. Both are very good waterfall inside the park, and many people visiting there. And this is the Kurtaj.
Excuse me, so mic is on and it's really very irritating.
I think it's Pandurangan sir, as far as I understand.
Pandurangan sir? Pandurangan sir, please mute your mic.
Concluding session,
Pandurangan, please mute your mic.
Your mind.
Mishra sir, आपका mic mute करिएगा please.
Sir, request करिएगा.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Waterfall. I'm just, I think because we are running short of time since we have to start at 3:05, the valedictory section also. Then this is Burako waterfall. Just I am giving you some glimpses. This is the children's town where the rock paintings are there. These are the wild animals that are found in the park. Many migratory birds are visiting during the winter season. And it's a pleasant experience to sitting at sailing club and seeing the migratory birds fishing in and around in the Sagar Lake. This is George Castle. It was constructed in 1918, and it was constructed by King George V, where he was supposed to stay a night and did the tiger hunting, but he got the tiger some 10 kilometers earlier in the park area, and he never came to this castle. Now it is known as the Bankade Ki Koti, and here is one interpretation center also they have made in 1918. This Baradari was constructed during where these are the Baradari, this is the sailing club attraction. Here are two main rooms, and 3 rooms are in the ladies club, and two rooms are in the ladies club, and 3 rooms are in bands. So there are only 7 rooms, and most of the people they want to live here, and we are providing also on the rent basis. The lake, this is the Sagar Lake, and the periphery of this lake is around 12 kilometers, where tourists are going and they are seeing many animals also. This is a Burako watchtower. This is Gold Tower. This is the Ping Bab. This is on the band. This is Sagar Lake. These are gate number 14, and one is gate is also. This is situated on this Agra Bombay from Shri to Gwalior Road. This is the Sagar Lake. Okay. Yes, I think this is 4 minutes video, and then I will end my presentation.
आज के टाइम में खास करके
Thank you very much. I think I have given you some virtual tour of this Madhav National Park. So thank you very much. This park is facing some problem, but the forest department is trying to curb fishing in the.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Singh Saab.
Thank
And
you.
you showed beautiful slides of a beautiful area of Madhav National Park. And now I request our scientists from the audience if they have any query, any question to Dr. Y.P. Singh.
Very well. Very good presentation.
Any question? Any Doubt?
No, it was like good presentation, completing all the questions.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to add something because I am very close to Shivpuri and I have visited this Madhav National Park several times. So from botanical point of view, we surveyed this Madhav National Park and we collected nearly 700 species of plants from this Madhav National Park, starting from herbs, shrubs, etc. all. And out of 700 species, nearly 22 species, they are under that category. They are in the park. And as things are told about the Ardhai and one important the threatened species there, and that is Orogdilum indicum. And Terminalia and Terminalia ballerica, they also grow there in this Madhav. No botanical Gond and Saharia tribe, they reside and they use over 250 plant species for various medical purposes. And they collect those species from the park and surrounding locality. Problem were that Parthenium, Hysterophus and Lantana, they have added several localities of Madhav. So several indigenous species which were now they have out, and now space has been occupied by Parthenium and Lantana camara. As shown by this area is a historical area. He showed several layers of historical importance and archaeological sites are there. And he also showed the rock paintings. That is very important. It means the man during Paleolithic period was residing in this Madhav National Park. And as he told that several Kho means the valley-like structures. Tunda Bharka Kho and many other Khos are there. So these Khos, they have some components of the forest which we do not find in dry deciduous forest, as under dry deciduous forest the Madhav National Park was. And several species of ferns are there. We have collected ferns from the Kho, that is from valley areas of Madhav National Park. So one question I would like to ask Singh Saab, is any conservatory of plants there in the Madhav National Park? Any conservatory of plants is there?
I think we are conserving totally all the plants and we are trying to remove Lantana camara and this Parthenium, but removal of these weeds is, I think, is a great challenge to the department.
Okay.
Since there are in and around, there are around 128, 123 villages around the park and many villagers and their cattle domesticated, they are intruding, they are just coming for the green park. It is jobs of us to protect from them.
That is the biggest problem you mentioned, these villagers.
Yeah.
So, sir, namaskar, sir. Paulo, sir, namaskar, sir.
नमस्कार सबको बहुत अच्छा
Thank you very much.
माधव पार्क के बारे में कुछ बोल दूं?
साहब कुछ बोलना सर, पावला सर.
हाँ, जैन साहब, can I say a few words about Madhav National Park?
जय साहब, पावला साहब कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
बोलिए, पावला बोलिएगा प्लीज.
अच्छा, okay, thank you. दो बातें माधव नेशनल पार्क. Sorry, let me speak from South India as well. Sorry. Two things are notable about Madhav National Park. One, this park is unique because all the beautiful developments which we see in that area all came before the area became a national park. in most cases, we make an area national park first, then later on create the infrastructure for tourism or for conservation. But this area was developed as a recreational forest by the Gwalior dynasty to entertain their high-profile, important guests. And they created all the lakes and those beautiful galleries, or even the George Castle. Everything was done before, and later on, Government of India, of course, in collaboration with the Gwalior rulers, it was made a national park. So this is probably the only national park in India which is primarily created for ecotourism. At that time, the word ecotourism was not there. At that time, we used the nature-based recreation. So the rulers used to bring all their important guests to this area. They do hunting, they do sailing, and had a good time in the forest. That's one. Second point I wanted to mention was that somewhere around 2007-8, we were actively considering reintroduction of tigers in other national parks. And a committee was constituted. We had already decided on the process. But before we could actually take the first step, the Panna crisis broke on us, and we had to shift all our attention from to Panna. And Panna reintroduction happened, and Madhav Bent went on the back burner. And and about later on, around 2008, 9, 10, tigers started trickling into Madhav National Park on their own, probably from the Ranthambore area or somewhere else. And there was a time, I think in 2010, we had pug marks or signs of 6 or 7 tigers at that time, and we were very hopeful that the population will further build up. And we don't have to take the reintroduction of tigers in Madhav now. But later on, that population also somehow kind of disappeared. And slowly we have the area without tigers now. I guess YP is no longer in Madhav. I said to Madhya Pradesh and the Forest Department, they should reconsider bringing tigers in Madhav, because this was one of the most famous tiger hunting areas of the country.
Yes.
As YP Singh sir has said, that the government of India wanted to bring King George V of England to hunt here, and he hunted one of the largest tigers in that area almost effortlessly. And when this fellow Marshal Tito of Yugoslavia came to India, he was also brought to Madhav for hunting tiger, but interestingly, he decided to hunt the tiger with the camera and did not shoot from his gun. This is a very famous story about this incident that he said. So these are the few comments I wanted to share with you all. I hope thank you.
I want to give one suggestion about
Please put off your let me listen.
Jayendra Kumar Mishra sir's voice is too much.
Yes. Hello? You see, I wanted to give one suggestion regarding Parthenium. I found long back that a leguminous plant, Cassia sericea or Cassia unifera, is a herb and and if seeds of plants are spread in particular area where Parthenium hysterophorus is going, this germinates with Parthenium and Parthenium does not. So this potential biological control I published in 1983 in Current Science, and this is available for consultation. This is a very good source to Parthenium hysterophorus. That is the suggestion I wanted to give. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Giving your
Dr. Anish, I am a Pro Satyanarayana again. Good evening.
Yes, please.
Could you just allow me just have one clarification?
Yes, please.
People we are talking about the lantana and parthenium, and what I feel is that
Yes.
we do not have a standard protocol. People just approve very, very difficult. They will just cut it and then leave it as again it regenerates. These are the various problems in most of the parts. And when we have this, while said we have with the party and the lama in telling the control rule. What suggesting?
Yeah. Uprooting actually has failed. And that's
Hello.
why I am suggesting
Hello.
collect seeds,
Bhaji Singh sir.
and spray before a month.
Just a minute. I have not completed. So what?
Time हाँ सर.
Hello.
सर इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Yes, sir.
अब उसको बाबर को बंद किया जाएगा और अब अपन जो है अगले से
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर. I think the stalwarts like Pabla Saab and
आप अपना
हाँ जी,
की ओर जाएं क्योंकि टाइम ज्यादा हो रहा है.
I'll just take a minute if you allow me to. Chairman of this session, Jain Saab, stalwarts like Pavla ji, Netripal Singh Saab, I think all of you have offered your valuable comments on YP Singh Saab's presentation. Singh Saab, आप बड़े मृत रहे, बस सचित्र और रोचक presentation आपका रहा. ज़्यादा बोलने की सर, I don't think I am competent to commence. I think you are also very experienced man of forestry and conservation brigade, but all that I would like to say is I'm extremely grateful to organizers for elevating me from delegate to a co-chair of this session. This was completely a pleasant surprise to me and I'm very grateful for that. Most importantly, I think we should thank the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, for giving us a virtual platform to connect all of us, the stakeholders in the mandate of conservation, and this webinar has been, I think, a treat for all of us, like-minded people across the Indian landscape. For me, I am a student of conservation biology for the last 34 years. I've spent 34 years in academics, and I teach wildlife biology, but I learned a lot of new things, and I'm sure all youngsters and all experienced men of conservation also would have had an opportunity to, a lot of takeaway from this session. Once again, Mishraji and the government bless you. This has been an outstanding effort of all of you there and all the great speakers. I mean, I really feel very proud and, happy that India has a huge, treasure of wisdom in the area of conservation, biology and forestry. So once again, since बड़े आभारी हैं आपके, and I wish you good health and I wish good health to all of us. I hope we remain safe in this pandemic and continue to, mount the flag of conservation very high, and may God bless our country and give us the requisite strength to protect all this great biodiversity heritage. And we hope we are able to enthuse the new generation to take it further. God bless. Have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much.
Here, I would ask Dr. Askandaram that you please prepare a proceeding this webinar, and you please take lectures to speaker, and you please compile it in the book form. That would be a great achievement of this webinar.
Absolutely. Sir, I
thank you for it. I also thank my co-chair and thank you very much.
Mishra ji.
Thank you, Dr. YP Singh ji, CC of Sanjay Tiger Reserve. Thank you, Chairperson Professor A.K. Jain Sahab, Co-Chairperson Manoj Borkar Sahab for giving a nice talk, and for Chair and Co-Chair. I am proceed next session, that is valedictory session of this webinar. So our chief guest, श्री आलोक कुमार राय, IFS, प्रिंसिपल सर्वेटर एंड चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ गार्डन, मध्य प्रदेश, भोपाल. Sir, welcome.
Yes. Yes, I am here.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar.
Our special guest of IFS, former PCCF and Warden, Madhya Pradesh.
Hello, everybody.
Dr. A.G. Pandojar, CISFA, welcome. Dr. JTBGRI and Coordinator BR Program, Government of India. Professor B.N. Johari, Chairman, National Academy of Sciences, India, Bhopal Chapter. Sri P.K. Singh, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Bhopal. Sri Arun Pandey, IFS, Additional Principal Conservator, Chhattisgarh. Person, co-chairperson and eminent speaker of the webinar. So, first, welcome all of you, and then first program, Saraswati Ma Puja. I am request to our senior professors, Professor S.N. Shukla, Professor A.P. Singh, and Professor R.K. Tiwari, please participate the Ma Saraswati. Welcome to our chief guest, all this day.
Okay. Good.
Welcome. शास्त्री महोदय शिवराव गोलवलकर महाविद्यालय रीवा में रूसा एवं नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंसेज इंडिया के एसोसिएशन से नेशनल पार्क, टाइगर रिजर्व, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी, बॉटनिक गार्डन, जूलॉजिकल पार्क ऑफ इंडिया विषय पर 1 से 6 सितंबर तक आयोजित के सेकंड सीरीज के वैलिडेशन में मैं कार्यक्रम संयोजक प्रोफेसर स्कंद मिश्रा महाविद्यालय की ओर से कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि आलोक कुमार IFS चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन मध्य प्रदेश भोपाल का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं कार्यक्रम के विशिष्ट अतिथिगणों श्री HS पावला, पूर्व PCCF एंड CWLW मध्य प्रदेश, डॉक्टर AG पांडुरंगन, एडवाइजर CIASSA त्रिवेंद्रम, पूर्व डायरेक्टर JNTBGRI केरला एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर DR प्रोग्राम भारत सरकार, प्रोफेसर BM जौहरी, चेयरमैन नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंस इंडिया भोपाल चैप्टर, श्री के सिंह MPCC भोपाल, श्री अरुण पांडे एडिशनल PCCF। 6 दिवसीय वेबिनार के सभी MA स्पीकर्स, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स, फील्ड डायरेक्टर टाइगर रिजर्व मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, उड़ीसा, उत्तराखंड के सभी फील्ड डायरेक्टर का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। इस सहकान कोयम्बटूर के सीनियर प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट, PSI, ZSI, JNTBGRI के वैज्ञानिक गणों, विश्वविद्यालय एवं महाविद्यालयों के प्राध्यापक गणों, NGO के एडवाइजर्स, वैज्ञानिक गणों तथा सभी वैज्ञानिक एवं प्रतिभागियों का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत की जैव विविधता के संरक्षण एवं प्रबंधन के इंस्टीट्यूट कंजर्वेशन पहलुओं पर आधारित इस वेबिनार सीरीज के द्वितीय चरण में 1 से 6 सितंबर तक आयोजित इस वेबिनार में भारत सहित विभिन्न 18 प्रदेशों के संरक्षित क्षेत्रों, राष्ट्रीय टाइगर रिजर्व, अभ्यारण्य, बोटेनिकल गार्डन एवं जूलॉजिकल पार्क सहित संरक्षित क्षेत्र के कंसेप्ट, वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन में संरक्षित क्षेत्रों की भूमिका, मध्य प्रदेश, केरल, मिजोरम, आंध्र प्रदेश, राजस्थान के संरक्षित क्षेत्र, एवियन फौना, मैराइन फौनल डाइवर्सिटी, दुर्लभ गरुड़ पक्षी, मुन्ना, ग्रे जंगल फाउल आदि पर कुल 37 इमिनेंट व्याख्यान संपन्न हुए, जो कि मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा, उत्तराखंड, आंध्र प्रदेश, पश्चिमी बंगाल के फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स, फील्ड डायरेक्टर, वेटनरी ऑफिसर, JNTBGRI, BSI, JSI, कोयम्बटूर के वैज्ञानिक गण, अल्मोड़ा, SFRI केरला के पूर्व निदेशक एवं विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालय, अमृतसर, कुरुक्षेत्र, हरिद्वार, नागालैंड विश्वविद्यालय नागालैंड तथा तमिलनाडु के प्राध्यापक गणों, RSNH NGO राजस्थान तथा एवं नेचर कंजर्वेशन फाउंडेशन मैसूर के एडवाइजर एवं वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा प्रस्तुत किए गए। साथ ही फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स, वैज्ञानिकों, प्राध्यापकों ने सेशनल चेयर व को चेयर के रूप में अपने विचारों को साझा किया। प्रस्तुत व्याख्यानों के परिणामों का लाभ जहां एक ओर देश की जैविक संपदा को संरक्षित करने तथा संरक्षित क्षेत्रों एवं वानस्पतिक गार्डन, जूलॉजिकल पार्क के वैज्ञानिक तरीकों से प्रबंधन हेतु उपयोगी होंगे, साथ ही विषय के छात्रों, शोध छात्रों, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को विषय को समझने में महत्वपूर्ण होगा। महाविद्यालय द्वारा सभी व्याख्यानों की YouTube तैयार की गई है, जिसे विभिन्न शैक्षणिक शोध संस्थानों, वन विभाग, टाइगर रिजर्व आदि को साझा की जाएगी। महाविद्यालय की जनभागीदारी समिति IQAC कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत प्रस्तुत व्याख्यानों के स्क्रिप्ट प्राप्त कर कंपेंडियम बुक के रूप में ISBN नंबर क्रमांक से संकलित कर रहा है। महाविद्यालय वर्ष 2021 में विभिन्न चरणों में अभी तक कुल 111 व्याख्यान आयोजित कर चुका है। वर्तमान सीरीज में कुल 37 व्याख्यान आयोजित किए गए। इसके पूर्व की सीरीज में 28 व्याख्यान, जो कि ये नेशनल पार्क और टाइगर रिजर्व आदि पर था, तथा देश के सभी 18 बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व सहित जैव विविधता एवं राष्ट्रीय वनस्पति उद्यानों पर 46 व्याख्यान पूर्व में आयोजित किए गए हैं। चर्चा में देश के विभिन्न प्रदेशों के प्रमुख नेशनल पार्क, टाइगर रिजर्व, अभ्यारण्य, वनस्पति उद्यानों एवं जूलॉजिकल पार्क को चुना गया है तथा उनके वनस्पति, वन्य जीव, स्थानीय समुदायों, टूरिज्म, संरक्षण एवं प्रबंधन पहलुओं और आने वाली चुनौतियों में उसके निदान हेतु उपयोग पर सीनियर फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर, प्रमुख वैज्ञानिकों गणों और वरिष्ठ प्राध्यापकों ने अपने व्याख्यान, सुझाव एवं संस्तुति दी है। कार्यक्रम की तृतीय सीरीज अक्टूबर 20 से लेकर 24 तक में प्रस्तावित है, जिसमें संरक्षित क्षेत्रों, राष्ट्रीय उद्यान जो शेष रह गए हैं उन पर चर्चा होगी। इस हेतु 15 इमिनेंट स्पीकर की स्वीकृति मिल चुकी है। साथ ही मैं यहाँ पे ये कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि फॉरेस्ट के बड़े अधिकारी गण यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, वैज्ञानिक गण बैठे हैं विभिन्न संस्था रिसर्च सेंटर्स के, मैं ये चाहूँगा कि हमें अपने संस्थान के और अपने विभाग के जो ऐसे इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं वो उनके हमें प्रदान कराएं, जिससे कि हम आगे की सीरीज को सफलतापूर्वक कर सकें। अभी तक हमने लगभग हर प्रदेश के जो महत्वपूर्ण नेशनल पार्क और टाइगर रिजर्व हैं उन पर कोशिश की है और सफल भी हुए कि वहाँ के इमिनेंट स्पीकर और फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर्स जो हैं हमको मिले हैं। आगे भी आपसे मैं सहयोग की अपेक्षा करता हूँ। अंत में मैं पुनः मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, सभी विशिष्ट अतिथिगणों का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूँ। धन्यवाद। हमारे वरिष्ठ साथी डॉक्टर एपी सिंह 6 दिन के जो यहाँ पर व्याख्यान हुए हैं उसकी एक संक्षिप्त जानकारी यहाँ प्रस्तुत करेंगे। डॉक्टर एपी सिंह।
Thank you, Dr. S.N. Mishra Saab, and our webinar members, Dr. S.N. Shukla Saab, Dr. Sanjeev Dubey Saab, Dr. Tiwari Saab, Dr. Sachan Saab, and others. First, I would like to thank all the eminent speakers of the webinar. That our webinar is started from 1st 9, 2021, chaired by Dr. N.P. Singh and co-chaired by Mr. K.L. Purohit Sahab. Whereas eminent speaker was Sri H.S. Pabla Sahab, former PCCF and CWLW Bhopal MP, on the topic importance of protected areas network for wildlife conservation. I think Mr. Pabla Sahab is a good name on this area. He has given various nice potential advice to save and conserve and manage wildlife in the whole country. Because time is so limited, so I thank Mr. Pavla Saab for nice presentation, which was our eminent speaker and nicely chaired by our chairperson, Mr. N.P. Singh Saab and Mr. K.L. Purohit Saab. I extend my thankfulness to all of them. The next speaker was S. Veer Bhatnagar, Senior Scientist, Nature Conservation Foundation, Mysore, on the topic Amis National Park of Ladakh, the snow leopard capital of the world, chaired by Dr. R.M. Mishra Saab, ex-Vice Chancellor of the APS University, Reva, and Dr. Aditi Sharma, Senior Veterinary Officer, Rajaji Tiger Reserve, Uttarakhand. Sir, SB Bhatnagar, I especially thank for their nicely presentation, because India has so much diversity in the climatic diversity there, and there is a lot of wildlife sector on the various region. So on we have we have extended our platform, our knowledge in biodiversity field, especially by this talk. The third eminent speaker was Sri Prashant Kumar Pandit, sub IFS, Chief Conservation of the Forest, West Bengal, on the topic Unit Biodiversity of Gomera National Park. It is led and managed strategy. Actually, threat and conservation of the species is a challenge, I think, and their management strategy is quite important to conserve and manage these specific areas. So, chaired by Mr. Jagdishan, IFS, CCF, and Field Director Achan Kumar, Tiger Reserve, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, and co-chaired by P.C. Lakra Sahab, Deputy Conservation of the Forest, Institute of Forest Productivity, Ranchi Regional Center, Sukhana, Darjeeling. Thank to, I especially on the behalf of this webinar committee, I extend my thankfulness to all of them. The other eminent speaker was Mr. Abhinav Nagpal, Professor of Botany, Environment, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab, on the topic Guru Nanak Dev University Botanical Garden, Amritsar, a virtual tour. This is in situ conservation. I think that is quite important to save our biodiversity on the different artificial habitat. Chaired by Dr. Veena Chanda, former head of the Botany Division, Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, and Dr. Wasabi Hero, General Secretary, Hetamon Torang Trust, Ranchi, Jharkhand. I especially extend thankfulness to all of the chairperson and eminent speakers. The other speaker, Dr. Chandra Sekhar, scientist, EB Institute of Human Almora, Uttarakhand, on the topic floristic diversity of Valley of Flowers National Park, Uttarakhand, India, chaired by Professor Uma Shankar, Professor and Head Department of Botany, Nehu, Ceylon, and co-chaired by R.K. Sharma, Assistant of Professor of Botany, BHU, Varanasi. Now, I extend my thankfulness to them. The next speaker is eminent speaker is Dr. Anil Mahapatra. This session is chaired by Pradeep C. Mangdo, Professor of Water and Marine Biodiversity, Department of Geography, and MS University, Baroda. MS University, Baroda, Gujarat. The eminent speaker was Anil Mahapatra, scientist, E and OIC, Zoological Survey of India, Ganjam, Odisha, Marine Fauna Diversity and Conservation in India. I especially thanks to the eminent speaker and chairpersons and co-chairperson too. The next speaker started, this webinar is started on 2nd 9, 2021 by Dr. N.P. Singh, that was eminent speaker, and the session is chaired by Dr. S.S. Saman and Anis Ahmad Ansari Sahab, and the talk was given by Dr. N.P. Singh on the concept of protected areas network. The talk was very nice, and he has given a very good suggestion on the various aspects. Thank to them. The next speaker, eminent speaker was Sri T.C. Verma, IFSCCF Field Director, Ranthambore Tiger Rajasthan, on the topic talk on Ranthambore Tiger Reserve Rajasthan, chaired by Dr. V. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Kusi Khurshid Ahmed, Wildlife Sukhast, Srinagar, Kashmir. I especially thanks for giving information on the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve of Rajasthan. The next speaker is Sri P.K. Singh, IFS, APCC, MD, MP, MFP, Federation Bhopal MP, on the flora and fauna, forest, biodiversity and wild tiger safari Mukund River, MP. This is a very good PK Singh, very good work on the Indian diversity, especially thanks Sri Prasant Kumar Pandita, chairperson, and Dr. S.N. co-chairperson of the program. The next is speaker, eminent speaker is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar on the topic flora of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and he has given various aspects of the fauna conservation and management. I extend thankfulness to the eminent speaker and chairperson and co-chairperson. The next speaker is Mr. M.C. Satyanarayan, Associate Professor, Zoology and Biology, ABC College, Nidaloti, Tamil Nadu, on the topic conservation of grey jungle, South Meghalaya Wildlife Sanctuary, Western Ghats, Tamil Nadu. The next speaker is Mrs. Neelu Sood, Professor of Botany, Department of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana, Botanical Zoological Garden, Biodiversity Park, Lab of Nature. The other speaker, eminent speaker, is Bob Sri Arvind Misra, founder, Manjar Nature Club, Bhagalpur, Bihar, on the topic highly successful conservation strategy of the endangered Greater Gujarat, the rarest stock species of the world. We are extending our thankfulness to all eminent speakers. The next one is Dr. Bhaskar Chaudhary, officer in charge, Kaziranga Tiger Reserve, Assam, on the topic on the biodiversity with a greater one horned rhinoceros as a flagship. And other eminent speaker, Professor Dinesh Chandra Bhattu, Emeritus Professor Zoology, Gurukul Kangri, University Hardar, Uttarakhand, on the topic avifaunal diversity pattern of the western and eastern Himalayas. The next one is Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi Saab from the Nagaland, diversity of pollinator and modes of pollination in some indigenous orchids of the northeast India, with a special emphasis on the orchid taxa of the Nagaland. This is a very good topic, I think, because this is totally related with the productivity of the India. Now, next is Satya Prakash Mishra, Environment and Development Professional Advisor, RSNS Rajasthan, on the topic Mount Abu Wildlife Sanctuary, on erotic grant advisory work. And what is very much associated with the food crop. I think this is also a specific type of information given by the eminent speaker. The next one is Dr. G. Rajkumar, Principal Scientist, INT Kerala, on the topic floristic diversity of the papaya by the Century of Kerala conservation. The next one is Dr. A. Tatirenes, the Botanical Survey of India, Howrah, West Bengal, on the indigenous public diversity of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, South Andaman, India. The next speaker is Mr. Samir Kumar Sinha on the Wild Trust of India, Noida, NCR, on the crocodile conservation this is also very good information. This wildlife is also plus river water. The next one is Dr. H.L. Kumara, Principal Scientist Center of Bantu on the mammals and their conservation of the Kundabur National Park on the Karnataka. And the next one is Dr. Aditya Sharma, Senior Veterinary Officer, Rajaji Tiger Reserve, Uttarakhand, on the topic human-wildlife conflict, drivers and mitigation. And this is also a practical problem which is happening inside the areas. And this is also a very good information. Speaker. And the next, Mr. Lalit Luhuna, Mizoram, on the protected area of Mizoram. And the next one is see from inside on protected area on the place. Next one is Dr. Ajay Kumar, Senior Manager Environment BISG Project Sikkim on the topic Floristic Diversity of Kangrel Valley National Park of Chhattisgarh. And the next one is C.S. Professor of Zoology Department, Government Physical Satna MP, ये क्या लिख दिया? टॉपिक नहीं है. So here, I think this is not given the topic. I think, but he is a very good scientist and given information on the national park. Thanks to our committee extend thankfulness all eminent speakers, chairperson and co-chairperson. There are many scientists too left. Mr. P.S. Asa, Mr. Vincent Rahim, IFS, Sri Aryan Meena Saab, IFS, on management of Sariska Tiger Reserve of Rajasthan, Mr. Jagdishan Saab, IFS, Achan Kumar Tiger Reserve Management, Classipati, Issue and Challenge, Dr. P.C. Gosal, Scientist, Bhatapur Survey of India, Howrah, on the topic engagement flora of Betia National Park of Jharkhand, Dr. Anirudh Majumdar, Scientist, Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur, MP, monitoring tiger and press scientifically in the forest of Madhya Pradesh, prospect and reach. Dr. R.K. Pawanji, Farmer Head Forest Ecology and Environment Division, MP, SFRI Jabalpur MP, Grassland Management of Kanha Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh. And Dr. Yan Mohanan, Farmer Clearance, Trivandrum, on the topic tropical botanical garden, I think. Kohis, Deputy Conservator of the Forest, talk on main group of National Park of Odisha. And the last is our speaker was Mr. Y.P. Singh, IFS, CCF, and Field Director Sanjay Tiger Reserve, TV, Madhya Pradesh, on the topic Madhav National Park, Marine Land. I thanks all the speakers for their nice presentation and nice discussion and very nice conduct by our honorable chairperson and co-chairperson. To sum up, this report. Uh, just request that wildlife is indeed important to save the life of humankind. The wildlife conservation our state must enhance people participation of society and their clean out to save wildlife. The third request is that ecological need is quite important for variety of wild biodata of the habitat region. The study of ecological need in different angles must be clearly studied at micro level. Biolife is mutually correlated with the variety of natural factors. With this request, I must thank in the last. I must thank all the our chairperson and co-chairperson person with our all eminent speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. A.P. Singh ji. Now I am request to Mr. Y.P. Singh, IFS and Field Director, Sanjay Tiger Reserve Sidhi. Please present the biodata of our chief guest, Mr. Alok Kumar, sir.
Good evening to all. Respected chairman of the session and distinguished speakers. It's my pleasure to introduce Alok Kumar, sir. PCCF, Biodiversity and Chief Wildlife Warden of Madhya Pradesh. I closely worked with Alok Kumar, sir. When he finished his range training in Raipur, I joined in March 90. And then again, when sir was Director Madhav National Park, I was SDO in Shivpuri Division. And again, when sir was Field Director, Page National Park, I was DFO North Sivni Division. And now, again, I am working directly under him as Field Director Sanjay Tiger Reserve. Sir is a 1986 batch IFS officer. He belongs to Patna, district of Bihar. He did his MSc in geology and he worked as many places from east to west. He was provisioner at Raipur. Then he was SDO. He did his SDO training in Narayanpur. And after getting the senior scale, he was posted at the division manager, Umaria Corporation. From there, he again went to DFO Narayanpur. As you all know, DFO Narayanpur is a very challenging, it was a very challenging job. Abujmad area comes under Narayanpur. And sir, there, he worked very efficiently, very actively. From there, he is very sensitive to the people living around the forest area. He is a very hardworking field officer. He is a very meticulous planner. And he is a very soft-spoken. He worked from DFO Narayanpur in east to DFO Badwani in south. He worked as a DFO South Raipur, DFO Mahanadi. He worked as a working plan officer. He prepared the working plan of Khandwa district. He worked as the field director, Page National Park. Before that, he was field director, Panna National Park. He worked as the director, land project, Gwalior. Just I am reading which Sri Skand Mishra Sahib he has supplied me. Alok Kumar PCC of Wildlife and Chief Wildlife for an MP. IFS 1986 batch MP cadre serving for biodiversity and wildlife conservation for the last 12 years. He served as field director of two prestigious tiger reserves, Peach and Panna. He was director of Madhav National Park and Land Project. He worked at APCC of Wildlife at headquarters Bhopal. He worked as CF Wildlife as Bhopal also. He was nodal officer of the state for the All India Tiger Estimation and MP, and MP became the tiger state of the country with 526 tigers. As you all know, once MP was the tiger state during 2006, then during 2014 we came on the second, and yes, 2014 became on third, and then 2018 we came on first, having 526 tiger. The year 2006 was a major turning point in his career when he was assigned task of Director Madhav National Park. As followers have told that during 2009-2010, the tiger they started coming to Madhav National Park. At that time, Alok Kumar sir, he was the Director Madhav National Park, and since I was residing nearby him, so I have seen him very closely working day and night. He was touring the Madhav National Park. Although it's a very small area, around 350-375 square kilometer area, but throughout the day and night he was touring the park, and that's only due to his protection measurements. The tiger started coming from Ranthambore via Puno to Madhav National Park. Later, he was posted as additional principal chief conservator of forest and wildlife headquarters of Madhya Pradesh. There are many achievements of wildlife being credited to him. Under his leadership, only Madhya Pradesh regained the title of Tiger State after 10 years. Presently, he is working as PCC of Wildlife and Chief Wildlife of Madhya Pradesh headquarters at it's presenting Alok Kumar sir in front of H.S. Fowler sir, who is our guru in conservation of wildlife. I welcome Alok Kumar Fowler sir and P.K. Singh sir, who is pioneer of making this Mukundpur Zoo in Satna district. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, YP Singh sir. And now I am request to our chief guest, Sri Alok Kumar, for his talk.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
क्योंकि यहाँ पावला सर बैठे हुए हैं, पावला सर से ही हम लोगों ने वाइल्ड लाइफ और फॉरेस्ट वैल्यू सीखा है. अब जब गुरु सामने बैठे हैं तो उसके बाद ज्यादा कुछ कहने के लिए बचता नहीं है. फिर भी क्योंकि I am also a party today, and I am very thankful to the organizer to inviting me. A special thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this very educative webinar. And many thanks. And all eminent personalities are there. I'm seeing on the screen. They have done and they have devoted their whole career in forest conservation, wildlife conservation, biodiversity conservation. So it's really, today I am feeling very happy, feeling thankful, and feeling very excited to be party of this important webinar. The webinar aims to spread awareness, educate people
सर आपका वीडियो सर आलोक कुमार सर
हाँ।
वीडियो सर बंद है, वीडियो एक खुल जाए जी।
वीडियो बंद है, वीडियो चालू है, आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं नहीं चालू है
आवाज आ रही है सर।
Oh, we are seeing the video.
वीडियो दिख रहा है।
वीडियो भी दिख रहा है, सबका वीडियो भी दिख रहा है।
तो थोड़ा कैमरे से दूर हैं आप आलोक।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
It's okay now? It's okay?
All right, carry on.
So this is very important webinar, and this webinar intends to educate people, to aware people, and to aware the coming generation to conserve our biodiversity of the country, forest and wildlife and natural resources by adding every stakeholders. Today, now the time has come. We cannot conserve our natural resources in isolation. The time has come now to take along all the stakeholders, all the local communities, even the younger generations. Without taking them, every stakeholders along, who are the stakeholders on our natural resources, on our wildlife, on our biodiversity. So we have to come forward and we have to work together to conserve our natural resources, to use it in a sustainable manner. Or as you know, MP has a long history of biodiversity conservation, forest conservation, wildlife conservation. Madhya Pradesh has the oldest national park. Our oldest national park was Kanha National Park. We had the oldest tiger reserve. Some of the tiger reserves notified in the country. Our Kanha National Park was one among them in the Project Tiger umbrella. Or due to the forest area, as you know, MP had more than 90,000 square kilometers of forest area out of the total geographical area. And again, it's 11,000 square kilometers of the geographical area is under the protected area network. So we have a huge area under forest. We have a huge area under protected area umbrella. That's why we have altogether we have 35 national parks and sanctuaries. We have 11 national parks and 24 sanctuary as on date, and six tiger reserves. The most internationally known tiger reserves of the country, like Kanha, Bandhavgarh, Page Tiger Reserve. We have 6 tiger reserves today, and many 3 zoos and this butterfly park. So many. So MP has a long history of conservation, and this was only because due to the eminent our foresters like Pavla sir, like BM Lad sir, like JJ Datta sir, so many eminent foresters who created all these national parks and sanctuary, and who propagated this conservation of our natural resources and including biodiversity. So this is that is the result can be seen as on date. Madhya Pradesh is the tiger state with 526 number of tigers. Madhya Pradesh is the leopard state with more than 4,000 of leopards. It's almost 25% leopard of the country is in Madhya Pradesh. Likewise, we are also conserving our aquatic flora and fauna. Especially, we have made three sanctuary for the conservation of aquatic flora and fauna. You must have heard you must have heard the name of Zoological Sanctuary. You must have heard the name of Chamba Sanctuary and Ken Ghadial Sanctuary. And altogether, we have 4 sanctuaries, especially for the conservation of our endangered birds. 2 sanctuaries for the conservation of great Indian bustard, and 2 sanctuaries for the conservation of lesser florica. and also we have made national park for the conservation of dinosaur plant fossils at Dhar and Bhugwa. So MP has and we have 3 zoo, one at Bhopal, then again one at in the Satna district, Mukundpur, for white tiger, for the conservation and breeding of white tiger. There is a white tiger safari also, and 2 other zoos are at Indore and Gwalior. We have two national park in the at Indore. You can say it is a city national park in Indore and Bhopal. So we have long conservation of history. As on date, we are trying to conserve our flora and fauna and natural resources with the involvement and active support of the stakeholders, active support of the local communities. That is very important. These days, there is lots of pressure on our bioresources. Our population is increasing, cattle population is increasing, demand for land, forest land for the development projects. There are there are lots of pressures building on our natural resources, and that pressures we can withstand with the support of every stakeholders, with the taking all necessary mitigation measures. Without the support of all stakeholders, we are not. It would be very difficult to conserve our bioresources, conserve our wildlife, conserve our natural resources. So we are working on that line. We are also to make our forest and protected area inviolate. We are also going for voluntary relocations of the villages inside the protected area. It's a voluntary relocation with the consent of the people, with the idea of giving them better livelihood elsewhere. So we have succeeded in India already. We have 188 villages we have voluntarily relocated from our protected area and made our protected area inviolate to increase our natural resources, increase our biodiversity there. So we are doing in Madhya Pradesh lots of work. And this type of webinar and this type of series of talks, it should go on regularly. That is to take along the stakeholders, to educate our coming generation, to take our younger people, to educate the school children, college children, and the other stakeholders. This type of webinars will go a long way. And really, I am very happy and very thankful to be part of this important educative program. Thanks a lot. सबको नमस्कार, प्रणाम, पावला सरपंच सर.
धन्यवाद सर. बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी आपने यहाँ पे बताई है हम लोगों के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से ये जहाँ तक फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन के लिए तो है ही, साथ ही हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स के लिए ये जानकारी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है. मैं एक बार पुनः अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से आपको धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ, और आगे मैं श्री एच.एस. पावला साहब से अनुरोध करता हूँ कि वो अपनी स्पीच देने की कृपा करें. श्री एच.एस. पावला सर.
Sir, your mic is off, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it okay now? Hello. Can
Yes,
you hear me now?
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sir, thank you for inviting me to speak. I think after the chief guest has spoken, others should restrict themselves only to thanking him. So, Alok, thank you very much for being present in this gathering. And I would only like to say that it's wonderful to see that colleges and universities are taking interest in conservation issues. And I think some kind of a new wind is blowing across the country. I've never seen colleges and universities taking so much interest in these issues. In this season, last month or maybe 1.5 months, this is the 4th or 5th time I'm speaking to college, university teachers and students. Although I think in these webinars, which are now a wonderful tool for communication, I haven't seen a lot of participation from students. I think some special efforts have to be made to bring in students, because I think those are our ultimate clients, our ultimate constituency. Just one more thing, that the subject of our webinar was just wonderful, and great to hear that just not one seminar, but this is the second and maybe one more webinar in the pipeline. And you'll be covering more protected areas. Protected areas are the backbone of our conservation strategy. These are the only areas which we are likely to be able to leave for posterity. All other forests are by and large under serious threat from our growing population and prosperity. We are a large but very densely populated country and poor at the same time. We need to harness every little inch of land and every little bit of resources for the well-being of our people. And protected areas sometimes come under threat from our need for more land and more resources. Although, as I said in my earlier address, our law has no provision and has given no authority no power to any authority to tinker with the integrity of our protected areas. But we still do it, maybe because this shows our majburi, that because our needs are much larger than the resources we have. But I think we must all make an effort to educate the government that if these situations come when you have to tinker with the integrity of protected areas, we must have a provision in the law to be able to do that. Bypassing the law and still continuing to do whatever we want to do despite the law not allowing it is not a healthy polity. So, because you are teachers, professors, if you spread the word, but we understand the compulsions of the government to in some situations that they have to build roads and railway lines, dams, something, and in protected areas, and they are affected. But as I said, the law doesn't allow it. So if you want to do it, please change the law and make a provision, or maybe very limited provision, that whenever such situations come and the national interest demands, we should be able to make some changes, minor ones. But if the law prohibits it, let's not try to do it. As I keep saying every time, that wildlife is a wonderful adornment of Earth. There are several kinds of species. Some species are clearly indispensable for us. Those which are pollinators, which disseminate seeds and decompose or organic dead and living biomass. Without them, the Earth cannot run. They have to be preserved for our own future, because without them, life will just crash. But there are species without which maybe we can imagine a future, and we will probably miss them if we lose them. Even our beautiful tigers and leopards and elephants, if we lose them, 10,000 years later, nobody remembers them. Nobody misses the dinosaurs now. So if we want to see them around, and we don't want to have a country without them, we must make sure that people want them. Not the academic classes, not the conservation authority, not the Delhi, Bombay people, but the people on the ground who have to live with them, they have to want them. So we have to make efforts to minimize the losses which people have to suffer at the hands of wild animals. At the same time, think of strategy through which local people can benefit from wild animals. What those strategies are, sometimes we get stuck. Our mind, we encounter a mind block, in the sense that our culture says this, our Sanskrit is that, something like that. But I think everything has to be, all our past strengths have to be harnessed to make sure that the wild animals are desired and not resented by the people who have to live with them. And I think there's plenty of scope, plenty of global experience which can guide us in this path. And our job is only to keep our eyes and ears open and go looking for solutions which others have already tested and found useful. Thank you very much, and my best wishes to everybody. and wonderful to be with you all. And hope I will have more interaction with you guys later on, because talking to teachers and the students is something which I think will strengthen conservation. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू बावला सर, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी मिली आपसे, और निश्चित रूप से ये आगे की पीढ़ी के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगी और साथ ही कंजर्वेशन के लिए उपयोगी होगी। आगे मैं डॉक्टर एजी पांडुरंगन से आई एम रिक्वेस्टेड टू डॉक्टर एजी पांडुरंगन प्लीज गिव हिज टॉक। डॉक्टर एजी पांडुरंगन।
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. It's very nice to see the senior foresters, academicians, and scientific, my colleagues, for the last 6 days. In fact, it is a visual treat for all of us. Almost seeing every officers very sincerely presenting their program, whether it is in a forest conservation or it is a biodiversity wise. It's very nice, really, because we have generated a lot of data over the past 50 years, 50 and 40 years after 1972 Act came in, which accelerated our conservation programs and forest protection and so on. And last 6 days, we have covered almost 18 states, 37 invited lectures, covering 10 national parks, 12 tiger reserves, 5 wildlife sanctuaries, 5 botanical and zoological gardens, and the rest of the papers on protected area concept. It was really good, and it is in the second in series. I am happy to be fortunate to associate with this function. I just want to share some of my experience, which I share. I worked for last 39 years in a conservation, both practicing in situ and ex situ conservation, particularly on plant species, and working in coordination with the State Forest Department and Central Ministry of Environment. See, when you look very simple questions, but that will be always gives leading to the what you call identifying our gap areas still to improve. As you told that we are this platform, actually we have come together, forester, academician, scientists and administrators and so on, as I pointed out. But actually what happened, if you see very closely, make the questions in conservation or protection, what are to be conserved? This is the first question. If you look very simple, but answer is actually is very difficult actually. What are to be conserved? And the next question followed is actually, why are they to be conserved? And the third question is, where are they to be conserved? And the last one is, how are they to be conserved? These 4 questions was actually dealt in 1992. That is Rio de Janeiro conference, because Rio de Janeiro conference was actually called to take genetic stock of from 1972. The first human conference on environment and development. In 92, next another 20 years, the United Nations wanted to take stock of the situation of our genetic resources, both by plants, flora, fauna, and microbial status. And they found that every government, that is 196 member countries, spend crores and crores of rupees, millions, but still there are certain species right in front of our nose. His population is being reduced. Some of them moved into critically endangered. Though we claim that even now species are, we have not lost any species, but still, but at the same time, the frequency at which earlier cited was not the same frequency right now, particularly in plants. Though there are charismatic species, definitely Forest Department has taken every step to increase. As Pablo has pointed out yesterday, there is no time. There is a very shortly we may deal with the excess of plenty actually. Certain wildlife species are going to be improved, and now we have to think now the forest managers and administrators how to relocate them, because a particular protected area carrying capacity exceeds, naturally there will be a man-wildlife conflict will be there, and ultimately if we couldn't solve this, it will be defeat the purpose of the whole conservation program. So I am very happy And that is what are to be conserved here. The academician and the scientists are coming into the fore, because they are the people who are working in the field, particularly the taxonomists, who know the species which required conservation, because conservation effort required a lot of funding. Without funding, talking on conservation is only a lip exercise. So all the species we cannot conserve at a time, but we can give the prioritize the species which are to be conserved, because there is already a famous saying is there: if the existence of a species is not known, its extinction also will be known. As per the global estimate, there is 12.5 million species right now they are estimated, out of which we came to know are named only 14%. Still 86% the species living in the planet and we are sharing the earth with them, we don't even name. So in such a situation, when if you don't remember or recognize the species, its extinction also will be unknown. So this is the one where the scientific community and the academic community have to work together and identify the species, which is more important for conserving with the help of the foresters, so that we can able to what do you call, conserve and then sustain the ecosystem functions actually. This is most important. When you come to that, how to identify by nature, that gives a clue for us. For example, endemic species, one thing. Endemic species are related to always distributed in a smaller or restricted geographical area. That means they are in a way closer to rare groups. So when you identify the endemic area, we can able to maximize the in a minimum area can maximize the species conservation. This is the new concept is coming now. Instead of red data book, now identifying red data site is getting momentum as per the United Nations advocation, UN advocation. And as I pointed out, when certain species are increasing, and how to conserve. If we are already right now, as I pointed out, 1,128 protected areas, almost more than 5% of our total geographical area is under conservation. But how energy flows in each protected area is very important to scientific things, because there is another famous dictum. It all depends on all our conservation program. It depends on ultimately it depends on the green. Your protected areas, how much green, they are the primary producers, and the primary producers energy moves from one level to another and finally to carnivore. So that herbivore maintenance will be always dependent on the carnivore. So that ultimately the green, that is you develop the forage and fodder accessibility to the herbivore is the most important in conserving our what you call the wildlife protection actually. So I'm very happy for that only. Now the United Nations now declared next 10 years will be the what you call the decade on ecosystem restoration, where this ecosystem nearly 500 million hectares, 5 million square kilometers, now trying to bring ecosystem function. Though we call it higher species, but the smaller organisms and microbes play a very important role in energy movement that is nutrient cycling and energy movement, that is from animate to inanimate and then cycle. So this is very important. So now why are they to be conserved is also to be answered, but where are they conserved, how are they conserved? These two questions are actually answered by the forest managers in close coordination with the scientific community, so that I am very happy that we are actually discussed the last 6 days. This is the second in series actually, and I already requested organizers for a compiling, so it can serve as a guide for the field managers, because our foresters have shared their wonderful experiences which can be replicated in other areas wherever possible, so that ultimately I want to say that, as our Prime Minister Mrs. Gandhi has pointed out in 1972 World Conference on United Nations World Conference, that is the survival of man depends upon the survival of some plants. But if I would have been first plants and then animals, this is what. So I want to convey the best wishes to the organizers. And whenever, whatever the help from our side as an academician, we are ready to help to build up infrastructure which can say guidelines for the forest managers in this to come. Thank you very much, and I wish all the good luck for everyone who assembled here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panduranga sir, for
Yes.
our valuable talk. Now I'm request to Mr. P.K. Singh sir, Principal Chief Conservator, Bhopal. Please, sir. Your,
I my best regard to Dr. Fowler, whom I worked with him was subordinate, and I was a CCF, and he was my CCF as a working plan officer, as he was a PCC of my life, and he has approved my chapter also. I consider him a chapter as a guru of Madhya Pradesh, and we always respect and we always learn from him. I am the I am myself first time in my I think I have joined this webinar first time, and what way I have presented I don't know, but I did, and I have learned from our seniors, Alok Kumar sir, Paula Sahab, both. That is our Riva. I thanks to convener Dr. Iskar Misra. When I was CCF, he was promoting, who identified me also for Mukund post in implementation, the due preparation for legal and legal and what can I say, administration purposes. They always are always ready to help us. And I want to thank to Sri Rajan Suklaji for it was his dream to back this white tiger. In that was the student of engineering. We were very to create that project by Tiger Safari. With this, my seniors have told about in these distinguished guests and these academicians. I have nothing to say about this, and I would like to inform any other webinar programs. This I want to
thank you, sir. Now I'm coming to Mr. Arun Pandey, Additional Chief Conservator, Chhattisgarh. शायद वो नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं. तो हमारे साथ ये जो वेबिनार हुआ सर, तो इसमें लगभग सभी सत्रों में डॉक्टर अनीश जो क्रिया से हैं वो सभी सत्रों से जुड़े रहे हैं. मैं एक ब्रीफ उनसे चाहूंगा कि एक ब्रीफ कमेंट जो है वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स की और चेयरपर्सन के लिए.
ठीक है. थैंक यू. Very learned audience. So I'm very glad to hear. It started in our address told about this. That is Chandragupta Maurya period. So I have worked with him. Today both times now it's here. And then we had Dr. Pavla. Dr. Pavla's lecture was so beautiful. I mean, history is the ecosystem. That is life support system or ecosystem. And Dr. Isa also landscape. Landscape doesn't tell. So many things. Dr. N.P. Singh Dr. Singh delivered his lecture. He is first in our BSI as former director. 20 years of his retirement. This is a unique thing. And he got his PhD without Viva. And he visited the Yellowstone, that national park in USA, without war and everything. So this is very different. I think I did it at the time, but some of the presentation by our BSI, our scientists, like Mahatma Gandhi, Kangir National Park in Chhattisgarh, and then Gatla in Jharkhand. So we are in this. So, and as Dr. Pandal was telling, there are autographs. So, of course, I will not sum up, but I was some I have seen. See, most of the ISF officers are well versed in the biodiversity. This is a very good thing, because earlier most of the people will not be they are some will be mathematics, physics, or other subjects. You know, so even after having different subjects, now they have developed for the biodiversity of plants and animals. Very, very, very good thing. I am telling you, this is nothing. Our PhD is from geology, so he is also knowing things. So, what this is. Of course, it will take time. Some of Vincent Rahim Saab was telling about this biotechnology thing. So I think this I have written. Then of course this our biodiversity hot spot. We were somebody thought that is Western Ghats in Sri Lanka. Then we have Himalayas, Indo-Burma, and then Sundaland. So this hot spot is really for us very important thing in our country. And some of the these injurious things being done in the name of development is the linear infrastructure development, also causing a lot of loss to biodiversity. The biodiversity does not mean that only big tides are herbivores or cows. These plants are also there. Then we have seen also in case of red sanders, that also we have seen. So of course this hunting and poaching two things are decreased day by day, but it needs education. I have seen some pamphlets are being given, and Dr. Pavla has told that the audience should be from the student community. So that's important. And I will put a suggestion that if there is too much, and there should be a break in the session. Please make it, because you start at 11:50 or 12, so there should be break in some break should be given. I think so. I was saying, I just noted down some of the things. Invertebrate. Dr. Kumar, he was telling invertebrate, like the butterfly as an insect. Then pollinators were told by Professor Chaturvedi in orchids he studied. So invertebrate fauna should also get due attention. As this bigger cats. So this is what, and this is, I was just some point I noted. Of course, this palatable grass and then unpalatable. Very nicely, very nicely taught. What I am feeling, this is very, and Dr. N.P. Singh has one. He published a paper in 1983, but it is not included. So we don't have connection here and there. So this should be fair. because field biologists are there, and one I think veterinary doctor, she was telling, she was restricting. Probably she visited a figure nations and in African nation, what they do, they allow to hunt or kill the surplus animals, but in our country it is not there. You have huge pressure of cattle, very huge, unnecessary, useless cattle, non-milking cattle we have sort of country. So I think some of the points, of course, nicely done. I think I just I think the presentation by Dr. Mohanan was really wonderful because Dr. Parnad also, we were there in Coimbatore in 1983, so I remember those days also. The CBGI presentation for exclusive consumption should be model for all India, because even the fish tank recorded in Howrah also, it is not very system, but it's not better. It is the oldest and largest. So while so many areas he has given, that is very beautiful. So I think, and I will start from say Father Abraham. He brought from few people, then they were trained, and they have from the initial stage to now they have bioinformatics, this hybridization, then all your DNA sequence you were telling. So I think with these few words, I request that we should also give the importance to the plastic element while the balance between both the sides. I think there is nothing, no less, no more. Both sides are, as a biodiversity as a whole. Dr. Parnal was the microbes what he was telling. So microbes, they are so important that the life cycle chain that we cannot ignore them. And they go is burning of forest, clearing of trees. So it is there. So what?
Thank you, sir.
So I think okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Now, last, I am request Mr. Vicent Rahim, Field Director, Bandhavgarh National Park. Please give some views in this webinar. Vicent Rahim, sir. Vicent Rahim, sir. Field Director, Bandhavgarh, Vicent Rahim, sir. शायद सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं सर। विंसेंट रहीम सर सुन रहे हैं क्या? फील्ड डायरेक्टर तो इसी के साथ ही आज के चीफ गेस्ट, स्पेशल गेस्ट सभी का मैं महाविद्यालय से की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपना वैल्यूएबल समय इस वेबिनार के लिए और एक बार मैं सभी को थैंक यू टू सभी चीफ गेस्ट, स्पेशल गेस्ट, चेयरपर्सन, eminent speakers and co-chairperson, professors and scientists. All are thanks to be time in this webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Israji.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ, प्यार है मुझको अपने बन से, मेरा रिश्ता है गंगो जब से, मैं सिमरन बनाता रहूंगा बिजलियां लाख झाके गगन से, बिजलियां लाख झाके गगन से, बता दूं?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Babla sir. Thank you, Babla. It's a very good. lecture insight for us actually. And
Actually,
very nice NP sir from BSc. I am Pandaranjan from Coimbatore Circle.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
You are an inspiration not only to your officers, but in academia.
Thank you so much.
Babla sir, your presence has been extremely inspiring.
That is very good. That the students of science stream is very they participating. Yes, that will encourage them for writing. What do you call the IFS exam, so that we will get a good forester in future also.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
It's wonderful to have motivated people in the service.
yeah. I think next time the third in this series, Dr. Mishra will take care for having more students actually.
Yes.
It should be for less days, not 6 days. 6 days too much. And there should be break in the session.
Yeah, that's right. That should be easy going.
Yeah.
No, they start by 12:30 and then 11:30, repone it, but continue. It goes beyond the time.
Yeah, I also suggested now first year biosphere reserve. Yeah, that is a good program. Biosphere, then this is a 2 series. Try to bring out as much as possible in the publication, so that
Now,
will be good.
This we are maybe at home, but everybody should hear every lecture. If they are not hearing, they are not sincere. So what is that? You close it and go. Or make sound. It is not required. See, if you are invited for this, everybody should every lecture, everything. Otherwise, what is the fun? Right?
Dr. Ansari, I sent my manuscript 1 week before starting the program, full script to him actually. So everyone should forward to him.
Yesterday you were told you prepared very nicely now. Only 40% will know.
When I said Nanda Devi Bias, all received. Dr. Samant will send in next week his script.
Samant is in GB Pant Institute. I can talk to him.
I would like to say suggest something. The colleges start generally the college timings are from 7 o'clock to 2 o'clock. So I would suggest if you want students attendance, then it should be only after 3 o'clock when the students can attend. Or otherwise, students forego their lectures and come over here for the webinar. They have to get their attendance. I don't know about other universities, but 75% attendance is required in Mumbai University at least. So
no, there is a solution.
Won't like to bunk their lectures, practicals, and come over here. So the ideal time will be from 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock or 7:30 in the evening. So everyone can come, especially the students.
Madam, there is a suggestion. In fact, in Kerala, whenever we give a talk or they project it in the class for the students. Just like a class, students can attend directly.
Right.
They will get a larger screen and then directly rely on that.
I don't think so. Yes. It depends upon the university and the college principal also. And right now we are teaching online, so it would be really very difficult for us to put it in front of the class. So it won't be possible as such.
I think universities and colleges can debate this issue how to maximize participation for students. There may be different ways of doing in different areas, different universities. So if all this is a beautiful session that can become a part of the coursework as well. Or we can have our lectures or the sessions only in the afternoon when students are relatively free from their academic work. So I think all innovations should be tried, but the objective should be to maximize the participation of students.
So may I interact here? I am Satyanarayana.
Please, Satyanarayana sir. I was about to talk to your college, wildlife biology.
Yeah. So department, we have started the in MSc
course from the year 1980 onward to start. This is the first college to start the MSc full-time wildlife biology oriented, because in the second MSc is biology, and the fourth semester they will be in the forest throughout India. Any national park they can go and work, all those things. And one more thing, as really I'm very proud. This is the first kind of such an organized manner to bring out all the IFS. You know, very difficult to bring out the administrators. They have the very, very responsible positions. I tried in several conferences, very difficult to get them. You are rightly selected, chosen the people. Really, the great effort, excellent effort. This is really, I'm very proud of Skanda and his team. It is excellent. If my students are listen to this mean, they know everything about the wildlife throughout India. All the national park covers, sanctuaries, excellent house. All the park directors, park managers involved the first kind of it. Excellent. 27 lectures the first series and 37 the second series, and he has also played third series. Really well. I enjoyed listening to that, and only one suggestion to that: if you are making some resolutions, please kindly see that in all the parks there should be a permanent field biologist in all the national, and also a veterinary, which is need, which I lack, because I tried. Because I know the difficulties of the forest manager or the official. What they're telling is that when we do not have the much of the guard watcher and where we can get funds for the wildlife biology scientists, other things. But what I feel now, but most of the forest officials supporting nowadays, they feel that they must have some field biology, a permanent field biology, so that data will be generated. See, what my feeling is that when you appoint a full-time qualified field biologist, you will get a lot of information. They will be in the field only daily. They get information that will be very useful for the management package. That's what I am emphasizing. That I think that's what we want to expect. Students from Wildlife Institute and other institutes like AVC College and Coimbatore. We are now a potential student, but we have to make use of their potentiality. That's what I wanted. See, not the giving up the potentiality of these students or those things. And I also insist on my students, and also I share some information. Join this seminar, enjoy. And really, I'm grateful for Pondragan and Anis, and then especially our retired PCC of Pabla. Excellent speech, and you yes, very good. Really enjoy those things. And let's see, the Skanda has made a role model for every. I also feel very embarrassed when I embraced. I said, I could not do when I was studying for 30 years, studying all the IFS of it. We never thought of it. This is the best approach. I used to think every day how Skanda got this idea of bringing all the IFS administrators and scientists to the really. Still, I could not understand. And what is secret? Still, I could not understand. Really extend our effort and meeting all the people, administration, all those things, academician. Really, it's a great opportunity. It's a golden opportunity for me, especially in the pandemic, sitting inside house and all those things. I enjoy daily listening to all the talks. Excellent. Very useful for that. Excellent. Thank you very much.
This webinar gives such all your information, all life experiences in a capsule form. Finally, and that is the advantage of such a seminar. Suppose if you would have taken at least 50 to 75 lakhs is required for this 6 days program. So this is one advantage. Using the technology, having webinar is another advantage. We can easily reachable. That is, outreach is very tremendous.
But there is one disadvantage also. Because many people forget to switch off their audios, and then the speaker has a problem. So that has to be taken care of.
I think that
deliberately doing. Very many people throw some action here and there. So.
Dr. Mishra, you should be careful in future. Some of them are open their mic and they are fighting or inside. They are talking. Unfortunately, I am unable to understand because I am not well versed with Hindi. But there will be a continuous talking. Even though when we are asking them to put off their mic, they are not able to do it. So you should put a person to monitor such a case.
So I suggest to have a technical team wherein all these things can be taken care of.
Yeah, sure. It will. Yeah, actually, I called Mishra over phone to put up their mic.
Sir, one more thing I want to interact. Actually, for the conservation of the amphibians, other animals, used in education. Right from 2001 to 2010, myself from Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, and K.K. Sharma from MDS University, Ajmer, we all had a mission to prevent killing of all the animals which are from the wild. So fortunately, in 2014, University Grants was come forward to ban all the dissections. No college can use frog or any animals. So this is my mental started biggest conservation. We are very successful in that. And also I am emphasizing the zoology. 1 minute. Zoology teachers that if you are teaching the same traditional zoology, it will vanish anything. We must have a field-oriented live zoology. What we are teaching is only dead zoology. You go to the field, study the animals like other forest from the insects to all the elephant. Go to the field and study. And unfortunately, zoology students, even 10 animals we are not able. It's a very pity for the zoologists that we are not able to identify at least 10 animals. I'm very sorry. 30 years of teaching that it should be changed. The field-oriented courses should be there in the zoology. That's
so
what
I agree with you. I agree with you when it comes to field-oriented and all. But banning the dissection,